it. There's also the aspect of cyber gaming, which is very popular among kids, and I have to admit I play myself, even though I'm maybe a little bit too old for that. But with the combination of that, that is an absolutely amazing thing. And I think this concept, bringing together the cyber sport and the physical sport, is a very unique and very exciting opportunity for athletes.
We'll go through that in a bit more detail in a moment. But just look at the graphics, because that, for me, is quite astonishing, because it was in 2021 that this idea first was put forward officially for a Phygital Games. And here we are, what, in 2024, 2,000 athletes turning up to Kazan. We've got over 277 teams from over 107 countries. And when you look at that list, where they're from, you're not talking one part of the world. It's Latin America, North America, Europe, China, obviously Russia, and also you have Southeast Asia. It's basically global.
And the best part of it is that you would see some sports where technically you would not expect a country to be participating in. Ice hockey in Brazil, boom, there you have it. So it is a concept which is uniting the whole world in two different aspects of the game, the digital game and the physical game. It is actually very difficult. We'll be talking a lot about that because it has, you know, a very serious tactical aspect to it. You cannot be just good in basketball on the court. You also have to be good in basketball with the joypad in your hands and playing it on a video console. So again, I think it's an absolutely unique concept, and bringing so many people together in Kazan, this is an absolutely unique opportunity. I'm excited.
And the key word is Phygital, isn't it? Because we'll hear that a lot over the next few days, that combination. So just to give you an idea then of what me and Alexi are trying to explain to you, when it comes to Phygital football, the teams will play on the console first. So that will see teams play five-a-side, or four-a-side, I think it is, for a few minutes, and then straight afterwards, they head out into the pitch to play the real thing. And the score from the digital, and this is where you talk about tactics,
stays on the pitch, yeah.
Stays on the pitch and gets taken into the second stage of that game, which brings a whole new level of excitement.
Yeah, the thing is, you can be an absolutely brilliant team in terms of the actual physical performance. I mean, you can have stars, potential future stars of any top championships in Europe or anywhere else in the world, but if you don't play well in the digital aspect, you might be losing 10-0 or 15-0 before you actually take to the pitch. And no matter how good you are, you won't be able to, you know, alleviate that gap. So you have to pay attention to both aspects of the game, and that's what makes these games and this concept very much unique.
Absolutely. Now, what we just talked about was just probably the sports that we all can identify with.
The tip of the iceberg,
yeah, okay. Football, hockey, basketball, racing, fighting, MMAs to come, skateboarding, cycling, and BMX. But on top of that, we've got other challenges such as drone racing. I think there's a dance simulator as well. I mean, it's a whole range of things to look forward to. I'm looking at the graphics there, and it's telling us too that coming up soon are matches in the Phygital hockey and basketball too, I see from that graphic. So let's just talk about the Phygital hockey, because we're going to go to our correspondent in Kazan shortly to get more details and catch up on the atmosphere there. But again, it's the same concept, isn't it? They'll play on the console first and then they'll head to the ice.
Yeah, in fact, the digital ice hockey competition has been going on for a few days already, since the 19th of February. 8 teams participating in that tournament overall. 2 groups, 4 teams each, and I would say that semi-final stages and the final stages are expected to start today, the day after tomorrow and tomorrow. The prize money is pretty hefty. It's almost $500,000, man.
But that's again, the total prize pool. I mean, first prize, I think, is 175, I think.
It's still a lot of money, of course. I mean, you would want to win that. And the best part of it is that I looked at the composition of the teams. Every single team there, and we have a team from Russia, from Latvia, from Kazakhstan, from Mexico. That's what I was talking about. Ice hockey in Mexico. Why not? You would not expect Mexico to be an ice hockey country, but it is.
Okay.
Every single team there has players from the KHL, has people who were associated with the NHL. So those are not just amateur
names that people might
athletes.
recognise and will recognise.
Yeah, they played professional sports, and now they can do both. The sports, the physical part, and the digital as well.
It'll be fascinating, won't it? Well, OK, you just mentioned there we're coming to the end of the group stage today, so let's just give people a little explainer on how the format actually works.
Welcome to the Games of the Future. A game of Phygital ice hockey has 2 parts. The teams play an ice hockey video game on a game console before competing on real ice. Digital stage. The teams play 3 3-minute periods of 3-on-3 play. To test the skills of all their athletes, the teams must substitute all 3 players in each period. Physical stage. The game on ice follows the rules of 3-on-3 ice hockey with 3 skaters and a goalie. At the beginning, each team is awarded the number of goals it scored in the digital game. The game consists of 3 7-minute periods of playing time, each divided by 3-minute intermissions. The winner is the team that has the highest score in both digital and physical games combined. In case of a tie, the winner is determined by a shootout. In the group stage, contestants are divided into 2 groups of 4 teams where they play against each other 1 time. The 2 highest scoring teams from each group advance to the playoffs, held according to the Olympic system. As they say, hockey is not for cowards. Let's go. Good luck. Have fun.
I can atone to that. Hockey is definitely not for cowards. And now we can go to Tim, who is in Kazan, our very own correspondent. Tim, hello, how are you? How's the atmosphere there? How is it all feeling?
Well, the atmosphere at the moment is a little bit quiet because about 10,000 people just got up and left, but joyously because they watched a lot of hockey action today, as did I. So a very interesting day, and I'm pretty satisfied. Some good hits and a lot of goals.
And just bring us up to date then, Tim, on the scores, because we were just mentioning earlier, it's coming to the end of the group stage today.
Yeah, so the one thing I can definitely tell you is that the local professional team, the Akbars, are naturally doing very well. But the thing that surprised me is apparently they crushed it on the console. They came out 3 wins, 0 losses. So not only are they professionals on the ice, but they're professionals on the PlayStation as well. I could also like to say a little bit of trivia for the fans. What exactly is an Akbars? Bars is a large predatory cat, and Ak means white. And as you travel across Russia a lot like I do, you'll see a lot of places and things named Ak, because Ak is white, and white is apparently lucky to people who speak Turkic languages.
Well, you mentioned that 10,000 fans have got up and left, but they've had a good day. Just how well has this tournament and has this sort of phygital concept been received?
I think actually very well. You know, whenever you're organizing this type of event, something that's new and different, right? I mean, obviously every year people expect that the Super Bowl is going to get good ratings and people are going to buy every ticket. When you're doing something that's a bit more new and revolutionary, it can be a bit harder. But it seems like everyone got the concept. People were into it. We saw a pretty diverse crowd. I mean, earlier you were talking with your colleagues about some issues related to generations and how the younger generations likes the games, maybe the older generation traditional sports, but I didn't see that here. It was a pretty big mix of all ages and all that, but yeah, I think pretty much all of Kazan came out to watch.
Tim, speaking of which, I got to ask you, how does it feel to you? I mean, you're a sports professional, you're following so many different sports, but what did you feel when you first saw an ice hockey professional crushing it on the PlayStation and then taking to the ice rink? Did it feel weird, or did it feel something of the future?
Well, it's definitely kind of interesting, especially when you see the real pro guys, because there's a certain look on their face. I don't know, Russian professional athletes, especially going back to Akbars, they always have a certain attitude, and it's sort of interesting to see that attitude carry over to the game console. But the thing that I actually really liked was normally in hockey you have 5 men and a goalie, right? But in this tournament you have 3 men and a goalie, and something about the smaller rink actually it made the sport a little bit more dynamic, and I really liked it. I think in normal hockey, you get into this sort of weird zone where you're between the blue lines, and there's a lot of icing penalties and trying to get the puck down the field. And ultimately, I think that this format was a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more watchable for people who might not be the biggest hockey fans. So good stuff.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Good to hear from you there. We'll be coming back to you plenty over the next few hours too. That was Tim Kirby in Kazan. Interesting point he made there about the length that these games actually go on, because, you know, it's probably a third of the time of a normal hockey game, but no less intense, simply because fewer numbers on the ice.
Of course, the pressure is still huge. I mean, you get all the nerves in the digital aspect of the game, and then you have to jump straight onto the pitch, and then again, it's a very dynamic, intense game. I witnessed some of the sports with my own eyes, and I just saw like how nervous and how intense it was. And I think, to be honest, in a certain way, it's even more intense and nervous than just the physical sport. Because again, of the two aspects. And you have to be good at both in order to succeed and win money. Speaking of the money, the basketball, Phygital Basketball with Bear tournament is about to start. We'll be showing you some of the games live. And believe it or not, the prize pool on that tournament is $1.25 million. The winner of the Phygital Basketball tournament gets $437,000.
That's amazing, isn't it? And
That's quite a hefty
It's a small team to defeat up amongst. They're not doing badly at all. Well, let's move on to the basketball because that's something that's also got underway today. It is the group stage there. They have just started. And as we were talking earlier, teams from all over the world. Let's just run through some of them. Russia, Latin America, the US, Africa, Europe and China. In fact, we'll have some people playing basketball from Benin in West Africa today. A nice story about them to come. But just to remind people, Alexei, about the format, it's similar, isn't it, to football? This time it's a 2-on-2 competition. They play on the console, then they head to the court, and again it's 2-on-2.
The one thing I really like about the Phygital Basketball tournament is not just the format itself. Of course, you first play digital and then you play physical, but the court where they play the physical game, it looks like it's something from the future. It brings up the sci-fi movies in my head, like Tron or something like that, you know, where everything is neon and lit. And I believe we can have a look at our story here explaining the actual format and the rules of the Phygital Basketball tournament.
Welcome to the games of the future. A game of Phygital Basketball has two parts. The teams play a basketball video game on a game console before competing on a physical court. Digital stage. The teams play 2-on-2. The digital game ends when one of the teams scores 19 points. The second stage begins after a 5-minute break. Physical stage. Physical basketball is played 2-on-2 with one basket. The physical game lasts 7 minutes. The game ends when one of the teams scores 39 points or time runs out. The winner is the team that has the highest score in both digital and physical games combined. In case of a tie, each team is awarded a series of 3 free throws. The group stage of the tournament has GSL-style groups, followed by single elimination playoffs. The teams that win all their group stage games go straight to the quarterfinals, while those who lose one game have to compete in another round. Let's go. Good luck. Have fun.
OK, all that to look forward to over the next few days. Well, we can cross live now to Kazan and the Kazan Expo Centre where the basketball is taking place. Our man in Kazan there is Dan Hawkins. I think he can hear us now. Good evening to you, Dan.
Hello from Kazan Expo, guys. Probably slightly fewer than the 10,000 viewers Tim Kirby had for the ice hockey, has to be said. But just minutes ago, this stadium, this room was full of people looking to get the latest on this inaugural tournament. The last game of today's group stage will be kicking off pretty shortly. Dangerous against the LWEZIMBABWE. I'm sure you'll tell the viewers a bit more about those teams later. It has been pretty intense here, though. One thing that has struck me about this basketball is the sheer level of speed and intensity and dynamism of these teams. And of course, as Alexa was saying earlier, these professional athletes, many of whom played on a high level, they first play the digital part, then they play the phygital part. And of course, how they do on the consoles in the first part of the game may affect their tactics. If they're losing particularly badly, if they're winning, that may affect how they play in the physical part as well. The court here, of course, is only a half court. It's not like a full basketball court. And in terms of the timings, we're not playing 4 parts of 12 minutes. It's 7 minutes per basket, and it's 2-on-2. And that's really what makes it pretty intense and dynamic. And the scores have been getting closer and closer, it has to be said, as the day has gone on here today.
And just explain, Dan, how do the fans watch the digital aspect? Is there a big screen? What's the setup?
there is indeed. There's a couple of big screens here. You might be able to see one behind me. The main one is just to my left here, and the two game stations, if you like, are just on a sort of raised stage here. So the fans get a full 360-degree view of what's going on. The teams play the games on this raised stage, then they quickly get ready, get changed into their plimsolls, into their shorts, warm up and take to the court. So very interesting format here, has to be said, and a very interesting cross-section of people. The host here earlier said, raise your hands, everybody who's attending basketball for the first time. I'd say about half the people here raised their hands. So half here, obviously, avid basketball fans, close followers of all the latest basketball news, and the other people may have come here for the first time. And that is, of course, what the visual games are designed to do, to bring those people who might not be interested in sport, who might be, you know, a bit of a couch potato, to get their bums off seats and to go and engage in active sport. And the other way around as well, those who perhaps aren't avid gamers, like me. For one, I don't know about you guys, I'm not a huge gaming fan, it has to be said, but having watched the intensity of some of these matches, I may have to go and splash some cash on some new PS5 games when I get home to Moscow.
Dan, I got to ask you, I don't know if you heard what I was talking before you went live with us. When I first saw the basketball court, I felt like I was in a sci-fi movie or somewhere in the future. Do you have this feeling that, I know you covered a lot of sport in your career, does this feel different to you from a purely visual aspect?
It's certainly surreal, Alexei, and I mean, what we have to remember is these are the first digital games to be held on such a scale ever, and these guys that are taking to the court, they are pioneers in their own way. It's certainly strange to see these, you know, very tall, very sporty, very athletic basketball players to go from playing digital games, they're just sitting down actually to play now, Dangerous versus LWEZIMBABWE, to finish their games and then immediately take to the court behind me. It is quite an interesting view, Alex, it has to be said, and we'll hope to bring you some more of that in the coming minutes and hours.
Okay, thanks, Dan. We'll leave it there. There's Dan Hawkins at the Kazan Expo talking to us about the basketball. As he mentioned, we've got one more game to come. We will be going to that live. We'll have live commentary, and that starts in about a minute and a half's time, so we can chat a bit more about the basketball. The thing I liked that he mentioned there was the fact it was about getting sort of bums off seats, he used that expression. So people who just are used to playing computer games, it's encouraging them to get out to play basketball. And I did notice a quote from, it was from Match TV, which is a big broadcast for sport here in Russia, and they said the average age of their viewership for traditional sports is going up and up and up, and they need to find a way of tapping into the youth, and this is a very good way of doing it.
Definitely. I mean, again, as a father, I can say my kid likes cyber sport more than the actual physical sport. I mean, I may lament it and say, hey, come on, get out on the rink, try to do ice hockey or football, but at the end of the day, he will come back home and play something on a PlayStation 5. So this is also a good way to connect the younger audience with the actual sport when you combine the two into one. Speaking of which, we're about a few minutes away from the start of a game in a digital basketball between Dangerous and LWEZIMBABWE.
LWEZIMBABWE, yeah. Dangerous from Montenegro, and my team, I say my team from Benin, but...
you like them for some reason, right? You have them affinity for the African teams.
Why not? For the translation is the cheaters, right? And I know a bit about this. In Benin, basketball wasn't professional until 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So there's not, you know, there's not a big pedigree. And the boys that are playing here, maybe I shouldn't call them boys. Maybe maybe they're very good. But they have said anything that they win at this tournament, they'll donate to further the game back in their country, which is a great thing. And I think the minimum you can win in basketball is 18,000. So there you are. It's a good start for Benin, isn't it?
But they do have a very serious opposition because Dangerous, I mean, look at the name. What a great name for a team. We're Dangerous, right? They represent Montenegro, and you obviously know about the former Yugoslavian school of basketball. They've always been strong as players, but obviously, again, the big question is not just how they play the physical game, they also have to be pros at the digital aspect. And I believe we are able to see it now. Let's go live to the game between Dangerous and LWEZIMBABWE.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go live from Kazan Digital Games, and we start with the basketball tournament. This is the group stage. My name is Roman Mazurov, and we are about to see the game between Dangerous and Le Guépard. Just like my brilliant colleagues have just said, Dangerous are from Montenegro and Le Guépard representing Benin. Well, this is the French. Well, Dangerous are really dangerous because they are professional players, and they actually, these guys played on a very high level. And first we start with a digital competition, and well, so far the score is 7-2 in favor of Dangerous. So just like it's been said, that you have to be good not only in a physical contest but in the digital also. But nevertheless, we see that guys from Montenegro, they are leading the way. They are leading 5 points, and so far they have big advantage. Well, to tell you the truth, and maybe you all know that the amount of money, the prize is just huge, and for the first place, for the winners, there will be 437 grand. For the second place is 200 grand. The third place, $150,000. So there is quite a reason to compete, not only just to take part in such a beautiful combination, this mix of digital sport and of course the physical sport. So the score is 10-3 in favor of Dangerous, and they continue lead the way, they continue go forward. And they have a huge advantage here. So let me say a few words about the roster, about the guys that represent their teams. Let's start with Benin. The name is Guépard. Just like it's been said, well, they represent their country on the professional way, in professional games, but they did not do it for long. So the schedule is number 13, Adeshokan Odu, number 6, Monra Selim, number 15, Fadilo Alassam, and as for Dangerous, number 13, Bogdan Sebalovic, number 10, Marko Kolevic, number 7, Alexander Bogojevic, and Luka Vojasinovic. So far the score is 12-5. Dangerous are still in the lead. That's a nice pass to the point. Almost stolen, and LeBron James gives it back to Davis. Well, and I would like to say that in such kind of a game, in a digital, it can occur that Michael Jordan can face Steve Curry, Michael Jordan can face Michael Jordan, and whatever it is, there can be 4 Michael Jordans on the pitch. So Steve Curry goes on the left, and there will be a long ball. No, that's a nice pass on the basket. And Chamberlain passes back to Curry, and a 3-point shot makes it. Davis possesses the ball, goes up to the ring, and a beautiful slam by Davis, and the score is 14-5. Several screens, and Steve Curry, that could be a jump shot. There it is. And he makes it. He sinks another 3. Well, we all do know that Steve Curry is completely good at far shots. He can score from any place on the court, and we've seen it many times in the real life. I mean, of course, because Steve Curry may be one of the most brilliant shooters in the history of this beautiful game. 17-6, the Dangerous are increasing their advantage, and Steve Curry shows pretty good dribbling, and another screen from Chamberlain, and a good combination, and a nice slam. Davis And LeBron James, he's much more higher than Steve Kerr, but we see that Curry stole the ball. And another big hit. Now it's high time for a real game, ladies and gentlemen. And I remind you that the winner has to collect points in digital competition and in physical competition. So we see some highlights from a digital game where Dangerous had a big, well, they had really big advantage over their rivals. And it will be very hard for Le Guépard to equalize because of the level of the guys from Montenegro. Because just like it's been said, they are representatives of famous Yugoslavian basketball school. And the Montenegro national team is really strong, plays at a really high level. And so now, today, they will show it once again. I think that the most dangerous in the team, the most dangerous player.
Так, давай, держи. Нужно держать его лично. Ну как ты бегаешь? Ну нет, это... Вот это надо исправлять, я считаю. Им нужен тренер. Они ходят сами там, лайки собирают. Им нужен тренер чемпионского калибра. Все, пора браться за работу. Пошли. Судя по татухам, вы в этой команде главный. У меня вопрос. Вам не нужен тренер чемпионского калибра?
Мы играем в такую дисциплину, где тренер в целом не нужен. Так только.
Вот первая ошибка. Здрасте, как это не нужно?
Бросала.
Финт! Понял ты? Почему без тренера? Объясни хотя бы, дай вот, ну, понять, почему не я?
Так сложилось исторически. Когда появился баскетбол 3 на 3, по правилам был запрещен тренер, даже подсказки с трибун были запрещены.
Кто запретил? Где эти люди?
Федерация. Вот эти все федерации, знаете, там европейские, мы там не будем говорить. Вот это все.
Победы, заслуги есть у тебя?
Двукратный чемпион России по баскетболу 3 на 3.
Ну это не придумывай, не похоже было сейчас, ну не чувствую. Please stop. Stop right now. Hello. Can I training to you? Come on. One more. Yes. Yeah. Look at me. And 3. Stop. You have a coach? Who? This coach? This coach. You know, coach? Come on. 3 point. Come on. Oh, go home. Все, go home. Так, как ваша команда называется?
Caribbean Squad, карибский состав.
Карибский состав. А вы сами откуда родом?
Родом из России, из Москвы.
Из Москвы. А почему там? На заработки?
Там тепло.
Там тепло. А Анапа? А Сочи? В чем секрет вашей команды?
В том, что у нас интернациональный состав, и мы друг за друга.
То есть, если, например, вы играете с разными командами, и они вдруг какой-то трэш-ток в вашу сторону, то кто-то по-любому сможет перевести и понять, что они говорят.
В этом и была задумка.
Hello.
Привет.
Как дела?
Я Ренато.
Ренато? Майкл Джордан.
Stop it. Get some help.
You look like Michael Jordan.
Yes,
And it's so, and your mustache is very natural. I really would appreciate to have such a natural mustache.
It's a real mustache.
I know, I can see.
Yes, it's the big power. Ronaldo in a basketball.
Ronaldo in a basketball is this guy. Yeah.
This?
And this may be...
Anopka. This Anopka. Кого мне тренировать, если даже на площадке нет игроков? Ну как? Ну это ни в какие ворота. Нужен какой-то другой подход. Либо помощь высших сил.
So we come back to the basketball court and we are about to see the physical game, so to say, between two brilliant teams, Dangerous and Le Guépard. Team Dangerous representing Montenegro and Le Guépard Cheetahs from Benin. If you saw the digital part of the game, so you might have seen that the guys from Montenegro had a huge advantage over their opponents, over their rivals, and of course it will be very hard for Le Guépard to equalize, to catch the opponents who actually move very fast. They move forward and believe me, they are not going to stop. Look at the court. Look at this court. This is just like Alexei recently said, this is just like from future. So this is the phygital game, so the future is already here. So let me say a few words about the rules. This is 2-on-2 game. It looks like street ball, but the classical street ball game is 3-on-3. But so this game will be 2-on-2. I remind you that there are several groups in the competition. To be more concrete, there are 4 groups. And Dangerous and Le Guépard, they are in the group B, where there is also Eurobasket and I'm Possible. The group stage started, the first game, this part of the competition, so I'm eager to see the start. Dangerous are about to begin, several screens. Here comes Alexander Bogojevic, good pass and a big slam from Bogdan Sabalovic. Bogdan Sabalovic, his height is 2 meters and 3 centimeters, and from downtown makes it. You see the numbers, so that was actually previous numbers were the score of the digital game. So, and the game continues with the same score. Look at this combination, splendid one. And a 3-point shoot with a rebound. Bogdan Sabalovic. Look at his height, look at his reach. So guys from Benin, it will be very hard for them to compete with Sabalovic under the basket. It will be very hard for them to get the rebounds, but still they managed to do it. And of course, according to the formats, according to the rules, and this is 2-on-2 game, so the main thing here in this particular game, to show your skills in dribbling, to show your skills in speed. Another screen. Ashokan Odo. Nicely done. Another point for Benin here. So you see, it is so-called a live ball. So after the ball runs into the basket, the other team needs to grab it and just to continue playing without any checks, like we all used to see in the classical street ball when when one team scores from downtown again. Oh, that was just close. And a possession for Dangerous. Oh, good defense. That was quite a defense from Fadilo Alassane. He almost stole the ball from the opponent, but actually it rolled out. And another from downtown. Oh, that was hard to score actually, and so he didn't. 22-9 in the favor of Dangerous, and actually I thought that the advantage of the Montenegro team will be bigger, but I would like to say that the guys from Benin, oh, that's a good pass, what a lovely pass from Alexander Bogojevic again. Well, you see this kind of a team chemistry. Oh, that was a mistake, a poor pass from Deshokan Odu. Just like I said, that Montenegro, the guys from Montenegro, they are playing with each other for a very long time, so they even feel each other. So they do really know what to do, where to run, and they definitely know where to pass and where the ball is going to come. So you see, that was a foul. That was a foul from Alexander Bogojevic. There is one substitution as far as I can see in the team. So we can substitute one player. Another attack for Dangerous. And again, superb combination from Montenegro. The answer, the response from the Le Guépard. And one-on-one play and another foul. Another foul. We see that Alexander Bogojevic tried to get the ball, he tried to have it, but actually he hit his opponent, so it's not allowed. And you see that 4 fouls for each team, and 4 minutes and 41 seconds to go, and the schedule is 7 minutes each game. Jump shot, and Alexander Bogojevic with a rebound again. Oh, lovely pass, super pass from behind from Alexander Bogojevic. I do really admire seeing what they are doing. I mean, the guys from Dangerous, look at that, look at that. Oh, what timing, what a perfect timing for Dangerous. Unfortunately, we can't say the same. Oh, good block from Tsabalovic, beg your pardon. Here is the chance for Adeshokan. And 25-10. I told you that the Le Guépard's playing actually excited me, and I do really like to see what are they doing here on the court in front of very skilled and dangerous opponents. And I'm not saying that Dangerous are just destroying their opponents. Yes, oh, good defense. Another attempt for Le Guépard. And here comes timeout for Benin's team, I think. Well, they need to do something. They need to change somehow the way of their playing, but I'm not sure that they are capable. You see that there is no coach, and just like a two-time Russian streetball champion said that in the previous video, he said that no coaches in streetball are allowed. So the only way to improve your game just to gather together and just to with your colleagues and just to decide what to do, how to improve. Well, anyway, the presence of a team from Benin is good itself already. Well, it's splendid that they came here, that they show themselves, and they're good. Good luck for Fadilo Alassane, and another quick combination from Dangerous. They immediately equalize from after their mistake. And one-on-one play, good. Well, it was a nice power play from Fadilo Alassane, but he did not manage to finish this attack. 26-12, 5 seconds to attack. There it goes. Benin with a rebound. Adeshokan Odu and Fadilo Alassane on the pitch. And you see even the pulse is written on the floor. Oh, from downtown, excellent shot by Adeshakan Odu. Another three, yes. Without any confrontation, the free shot from Alexander Bogojevic. So, Bogdan Sabalovic, by the way, he's the member of the Montenegro 3-on-3 basketball team. And as for his colleagues, Alexander Bogojevic and Luka Vujasinovic, they are younger and less experienced, but still you see that Alexander Bogojevic just can't miss. Nice dribbling, superb dribbling from Adeshakan Odu. Look at this, and a big slam. (28-15). And 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the game. Adeshakan Odu is breathing heavily, trying to recover, trying to have some rest. I think that the guys from Benin just need to enjoy themselves on the court and in the phygital games. I'm not saying that they should just give up and quit playing, quit fighting for the victory. Of course not. But according to the difference of the levels of the team, honestly, well, no doubt about that. But they just need to enjoy themselves, just to show themselves, just to enjoy the atmosphere here. You see that there are some spectators that are sitting in the arena, cheering the guys, and there will be a free shot after the foul from Alexander Bogojevic, a poor left-hander. Well, that's surprising. Actually, Alexander Bogojevic scored practically all his shots from downtown, from the three-point line, and from the three-point line, and from, well, 2 misses in a row, but still the advantage is so huge, well, that maybe the guys from the dangerous team, they can relax a little bit, so to say, maybe to save some powers for the next games. Now this shot will not be counted because the foul occurred a little bit earlier than the shot was made, so that's why just a possession for Dangerous, and a three-point, yes. Well, another big hit from Alexander Bogojevic. Just can't be stopped. He just can't miss today. Well, you see that Bogojevic is not even trying in the defense, just letting his opponent play and let Fadilo Alassane to score some points. Maybe just, well, it is what it is, just to save the energy, to save the powers, because they are in the lead. And, well, maybe to save the powers and not to get injured for at stake, because unfortunately I've seen many competitions, and sometimes it happens like one team is much more better than the other one, but the leader gets injured, and, well, the tournament is pretty long, and he can't get on the court in the other games, and, well, that's bad, you understand? So in this case, both teams need to enjoy themselves, just to show the best of them. Well, actually, they do. Oh, what's wrong with the teams? They cannot score from a free shot line. Good dribbling from Bogojevic. And a nice defense. Oh, that was quite a tackle under the basket. And of course, Adeshakan Odu can hardly defend from the giant from Montenegro, Bogdan Sabalovic, without a foul, because he's too big, he's too heavy, too long reach. Good screen. Oh, nice. Whoa. So you see, like, a dangerous team just tries to show beautiful combinations. I'm more than sure that they could score in the previous attack, but still they wanted to entertain the crowd. They wanted to entertain you, our dear spectators, dear viewers. Another screen. Good switch. And misses the shot. One of the rarest miss from Alexander Bogojevic, but still. Misunderstanding from Le Guépard. So that's why they lose the ball. And 53 seconds to go on the game. Another timeout. Today we are about to have another basketball game. And this is the fourth game of the day. The teams are getting back on the court. Oh, and here comes number 0, Luka Vujasinovic, his first appearance in the match. Yes! Excellent scoring after the pivot from Vujasinovic. And here is number 11 from Benin, Shalom Awanu. Another three-pointer. Well, actually a two-pointer because it's a street ball game. So Bogdan Cibalovic decided to take some rest. He has the opportunity to do that because, oh, from downtown again, nicely done by Luka Vujasinovic. And the respawn, oh, misses the shot. Shalom Awanu. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to go. And another long ball, will it be? No, here comes the final whistle of the game. And the dangerous team seals the first victory of the tournament. The teams thank each other for this game. Well, just like we predicted and our colleagues predicted, Montenegro were the huge, strong favorites of the match, and actually they proved this status. 33-19, this is the final score of the game, but once again, I did really like what I saw from Le Guépard. Their will, their strength, their combinations, their shots, and they really tried to compete, they really tried to do something on the court, but Dangerous are too strong today for them. But nevertheless, Le Guépard, they will progress. I'm more than sure. And now let's see some highlight from the game. Superb, splendid combination. And again, I'm saying about the team chemistry from the guys. How do they feel each other? How do they understand what to do, where to run, when to make a screen, when to go to the point, where to go to the paint, and when to shoot. And of course, splendid gaming in the defense, and there were some easy shots for Montenegro, blind passes. So Dangerous came here being in a very good shape, and I think that these guys will actually be the contenders. I think that they will pass the group stage because 3 teams passed the group stage, and according to the result, they continue their way on the tournament because the first place is about to go to the quarterfinal, and the second and the third place, these teams are about to compete in the other stage, in the final 16. So the winner of the group, they will have some rest before the quarterfinal. And let's see the statistics. 1 point game and 2 point game. Well, you saw how Alexander Bogojevic was shooting one after another. 5 fouls, to 9 in favor of Dangerous. And now that the team actually scored 3 throws, well, that's wondering. So you see, in all aspects of the game, Dangerous were better. So we have just to congratulate them with the first victory and follow the tournament.
Okay, we were just watching the end of that game then. The Dangerous team from Montenegro got the better of Leopards in the end, didn't they? It was a spirited comeback from the boys from Benin after being thumped in the digital stage. I think it was 20 points to 6.
Exactly what I was telling you about. Yeah. If you fail at the digital part, it's really hard to come back in the physical aspect. That's exactly that. This game was the representation of that idea. I mean, the guys from Benin, they did pretty well on the court. They at least put up some competition there, even though they lost 33-19. And the rules go that it's either until 39 points is reached by one of the teams or the time runs out, which was the case in this particular scenario. But just look at that. I mean, they came out on court, and the team from Montenegro, they knew they had a big advantage. So they could maybe take the foot off the gas a little bit, which they apparently did at some points, but it still was a very dynamic game. And exactly what I was telling you about as well. Look at that court. Even the pulse was shown on it. It was amazing, wasn't it? It was something from the future. You look at it and it's like it's no longer basketball.
At first, I thought it was some clever guy with a spotlight following the players, but then I understood it was actually a touch-sensitive floor that we're all walking on, and it sort of lights up. It's really, really clever. I think we can get more reaction now from Kazan because our correspondent there is Dan Hawkins. He was watching all the action too. Dan, in the end, it was too much for those boys from Benin.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a disappointing start for the team from Benin. Though they did, I felt when I watched the game, hold their own very much on court. It was the problems in the physical part that ultimately cost them that match. We've got some expert insight here from one of the coaches of the team, Basto Tairo, who's also come from Benin with the team. Basto, thanks for coming to chat to us today. A disappointing start for Leopard today. How did you feel today went?
I don't feel it's bad, but we try what we can do. Today we come with, we have a small problem with our digital party. It's there that we make a big difference, so we cannot complete, we cannot the big problem we have today is our digital problem. We will try to at hotel to work on it to do better tomorrow.
And it's your first time in Kazan, your first time in Russia. Just tell us about your impressions so far of the city and of the game. How are you feeling? How has it been for you?
We appreciate Kazan. Kazan is a beautiful town, beautiful architectural building. We love it. The big problem is it's too cold, so we don't. We just stay at our hotel. Just we go outside. Just feel it. It's cold, but we go inside. If not, there is a beautiful. We love this country, and the population is welcoming. They are very, very beautiful and lovely. Yes.
And final question, how far do you think your team can go? Are you in it to win it? Are you in to win this competition?
It's our first time in this competition, but the physical rule is like round 3. but the second one is digital. It's our first time, but we don't come here to lose all our game. Where tomorrow will come better.
Best of luck to the boys from Benin. Bastu Turu, thank you so much for coming with us today.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's the insight from one of the coaches. The digital part needs polishing for the boys from Benin. Better luck for them tomorrow for the second game. Bastu told me they're off now back to the hotel to get their massages, to get their ice bath, but most of all to sit on the sofa and get those thumbs working on the joysticks.
Yeah.
Very much still an exciting atmosphere here today for those upcoming games.
Certainly. And just lastly, Dan, while you're here, have you managed to talk to any of the spectators today? Have they given you their impressions?
There's certainly a big cross-section of people here, as I said. I think a lot of people here are pretty avid sports fans, judging by the height of many here today. Many perhaps play basketball themselves, but there is also a lot of families here today of locals who've turned up perhaps to see games for the first time. And we have spoken to a couple of them off camera who are really impressed, certainly with the way things have been organised, with the way this has been, you know, marketed for people. It's certainly an exciting, something different for them to watch. Kazan is no doubt a sports capital. Big fans here of hockey, of football, of basketball. This, though, for many people is something totally new. And, of course, Kazan before this has held around 10 phygital tournaments already in the lead up to this one. Loads of athletes taking part there as well. This, though, is something of an entirely different scale, and we'll see some of that scale a bit later in the grand opening ceremony today.
OK, Dan, look, thanks a lot. We'll leave it there. That was Dan Hawkins for us covering the basketball in Kazan. Thank you.
You know which part I like the most? I got to tell you. The interview with that gentleman from Benin, where he said, well, you know, it's kind of cold. We walk outside of our hotel, feel the cold, and come back inside. I actually, during one of the tournaments, Phygital Games that I worked at, just not so long ago, I made friends with guys from the football team from Cameroon. And I spoke to one of them yesterday, and I says, like, so how are you embracing this cold in Kazan? Because the last time we were there, it was, I think, November or late October. It was not snowing, obviously. And Kazan is full of snow now. It's even more snowy than the Russian capital of Moscow. So he said, like, I love it. I mean, all this snow, all this cold, to us it's exotic, but we're loving, we're taking a walk across the city. I'm like, yeah, guys are coming over from Cameroon, where they've never seen snow in their lives, and now they're enjoying it so much.
They are. Well, just to add to what you say there, there's good news for the Benin team, because the sun's coming out on Friday, and it will be -9.
Oh, beautiful weather.
Compared to -12 as it is right now. OK, on your screen, that gives you an idea of the number of teams that are taking part in this competition. There are 16 in all. They're split into 4 groups of 4, as you can see. And the aim, I think, is to finish in the top 2, and that will guarantee that you progress to the knockout stages. So that's the deal. At the moment, we're just into the opening group games. They've been happening today, and we just saw the team from Benin lose to Dangerous, which was the team from Montenegro. We say team from Montenegro, they're based there, but there's no rules meaning that they can't have players from other countries and have a mix of nationalities in their squad. But certainly on that occasion, it was Montenegro and Benin. A good game, and we were mentioning the tactics as well involved at the start, because when we heard from the coach there, from LWEZIMBABWE, he was saying that the digital side really let the team down. They couldn't really work the consoles as well as the Montenegrins at all.
I saw this happen very often during the previous stages of the Phygital Games. The teams walk in and they're full of confidence, they're beaming with confidence, is that, you know, we might lose the digital part, but let's not lose it heavily. And then they lose it heavily. So by the time they walk to the actual physical pitch, they don't know what to do. I spoke to a few coaches and I asked them a simple question: how do you train for that? And every single coach told me a very simple thing: you cannot prepare for that, because if you lose that heavily, you have to intensify your tactics. You have to play a more attacking game. In football terms, you know, it's more through the wings or more through the center, but more attacking football. But if you are content with the fact that you won 10-0 or whatever, 7-0 in the digital part, you can just play a defensive game. And
do you think there's an element here that some teams might be naive in that respect? Because we know that big sporting clubs have got their own e-sport, e-gamers sort of department, if you like, and they're obviously very good at it. But it's very hard to gauge if you're good at the sport or not. For example, it's not a great example, but when I go back home and I play against my nephew at the football, I'm thinking, yeah, go on then, this will be easy. And I'm 10-0 down by half-time. I just can't get back in it. It's quite hard to gauge how good you are, is it? Unless you're online a lot and stream a lot up against other competitors?
Well, that's what the teams are preparing for, because there's no obligation for every on-the-field player to do the digital part as well. You can have specialists in the digital department within your team and specialists in the physical department. But, you know, it's still hard to get everyone together into one team and be good at everything. But that's the whole point of it. When I saw teams participating for the first time in the digital tournaments, in the football part of it, which obviously we'll be talking about throughout these next coming 2 weeks, many of them admitted we were trying to see how that works and which aspects of the game we need to improve. One team which showed up, honestly, the players that they had in them, in the team, I would
to look at whether they can improve on this console, the console skills that they have. Let's turn to the digital hockey, because that's reached the last group game today. So teams are trying to play for a place in the knockout stage, the semi-finals, the last four. 4 teams were playing today, and we do have recorded highlights now of one game that took place. It was Inter against Cosmos. Okay, well.
Well, the weather might be frightful outside, but it's certainly delightful in here at Tatneft Arena, the main hockey venue of Kazan, which is located in the Republic of Tatarstan in Russia. Hello and welcome to the 2024 Games of the Future, first of its kind ever. And the stage has never been bigger in round robin at the digital hockey tournament. We got just one game left on the menu, but what a game that is. The hometown team, which we can certainly call it that, Akbar's Kazan, will host Phoenix from Uzbekistan. Whoever wins tonight will finish second in round robin and will go on to the playoffs. But we're first going to start off with the highlights from earlier game that happened there this afternoon. Cosmos X17, who had already guaranteed themselves a spot in the playoffs, they were facing Inter, a team that was assembled just 3 days prior to the tournament and had no chance of making the playoffs going into the game. But there's still pride on the line as we get in familiar with the players. And that's the game we're actually going to watch right now. Cosmos X17, one of the better teams of the tournament, taking on Inter, a team compiled of players from different nations. And the digital part comes first, obviously. Now, the thing about the digital part is you don't want to lose badly in this one, because we've seen time and again at the tournament that everyone brought their A game when it comes to the physical aspect of the competition. But the thing about X17 team is that not only they have good former pro hockey players, they actually have a decent number of professional digital hockey players. But it was Inter who took an early lead in this one, making it harder for Cosmos X17. We'll understand that Cosmos X17 came into the game without real motivation, because no matter the outcome of the matchup, they were guaranteed to finish first in round robin. As we got to see Nikita Hoba representing Cosmos X17, one of the better players on this team in both digital and physical hockey. We're watching the third period highlights of the game, and we see that Cosmos X17 are coming back from a 1-3 deficit and taking a firm grip on the game and winning it 6-3. That was the digital part of the event. And as we're going into the, I think it's kind of pink or reddish portal, and get all set for the physical matchup. Funny thing is that in goal for the Inter team is Pavel Suchkov, one of the play-by-play guys who works for KHL TV. He's going to be in goal for the Inter team, and he played in every game so far, of which there were only 2, and that's Viktor Kornikov, a Dynamo Moscow alumnus, born in 1995. He was a promising goalie back in his day, and he's going to get the call for this one as well. Nikita Hoba, Gurbanov, and Alexander Nikolitin will start this game for Cosmos X17. Alexander Nikolitin, I know you're wondering this, and yes, he is the son, well, not the son, one of the sons, the oldest son of Andrei Nikolitin, a bronze medal, a winner back in 2002 in Salt Lake City. And Pavel Suchkov will be a backup goalie for Inter in this game, and Andrei Bonch-Vruevich gets his first start at the tournament. Rybchik, Gusinin, and Nagachev, who played over 100 games in KHL, will start this one for Inter. Pride is on the line, but Cosmos X17 certainly have something to play for, because you don't want to go cold into the playoff mode, into the playoff stage of the tournament, obviously. So their coach, Leonid Ovechkin, might try different line combinations in this one, as we actually get to see him in the shot. He was to the left on the screen, Leonid Ovechkin. He's actually a cousin of the one and only Alexander Ovechkin, so that's quite a coach that Cosmos have on their bench. He actually played for that team a while ago, but as he said last night in an interview, he didn't feel he was ready for the competition. He didn't play NHL 24 for quite a bit, and he lost a bit of shape. So he decided he was going to be the head coach for this one. So he's got an intimate connection with all of his players. He actually played with Alexander Nikolitin, of whom I was talking about a bit earlier. He was playing with them on Bally Medvedi Orenburg in Russian Junior League back in the early 2010s. And we're off. Cosmos X17 get the first face-off, but they lose the puck immediately. Now, a thing to know about this game is that it's actually pretty warm inside Tatneft Arena, as we're watching this rush, and they hit the post right away, just 20 seconds in. But as I was saying, it's a bit warm at Tatneft Arena, which means that the ice is quite soft. And if you attempt to make any power turns or get creative with the puck in any other way, it might actually cost you. And because it's a 3-on-3 version of hockey, there is no icing calls. There will be no offsides, obviously, because there is no offside line whatsoever. So you may attempt long shots in this one, and many teams actually have done that throughout the tournament. Basically, when you cross that line at center ice, it is advisable in some cases to take a shot. Just 1 minute dip into the game, no score so far. And because it's a phygital hockey, obviously the two scores from the digital part of the game and physical part of the game are combined for the final score. There is no limit. You can score as many as you want. And we've seen teams piling up numbers in this round robin. One player in particular was very good at that. A forward of Boris team, Chingiz Hanabil, scored a hat-trick pretty much in every game he was a part of, but unfortunately his team lost all of their games and already out of playoff contention. 2 minutes in, and Alexander Nikolitin carries the puck in over the line, taking a shot, misses the net wide, and the puck goes out of play. Not a lot of rushes so far in this one, as Alexander Nikolitin has the puck again, tried to take another shot, and that one was blocked. As I already mentioned, Inter have players from several countries in the lineup, including Russia, Belarus, Slovakia, and Czech Republic, and even Moldova. So, hence the name Inter. But the team was only assembled 3 days prior to the tournament, which had instantly put them in disadvantage. Inter gaining the zone, trying to establish a possession right next to the end boards, but nothing really has come out of it. Maybe with this rush something might happen, and they score, beating Viktor Kornikov on the glove side and getting 1 goal back. It's now 6-4, and it's the captain who's making the call, answering the call probably, coming up big right when his team needed it the most. It's Rybchik for Ripsipust, Viktor Kornikov, making it a 1-0 game in the physical part of the matchup. Now keep in mind that Inter at this tournament have proven themselves to be a low-scoring team, and they have a big hill to climb, and it just got a little bigger as Cosmos X17 get the goal back. It's another captain who scores. It's an all-captain show right now at Tatneft Arena. Winning the battle behind the net, get into the slot and backhanded it past Inter goaltender, making it a 1-1 game midway through their first period. Anton Borko with the goal. It's a 3-on-3 hockey, and there's going to be 3 periods, each lasting 7 minutes without stoppages. We're right in the midst of the first period of play here, and it's 7-4. Cosmos X17 came into the physical part of the game with a 3-0 advantage, well, a 3-goal advantage rather, and they sure intend to keep it and maybe enlarge it with this rush. Passing it to the back post, taking a shot. Rupko was looking for his second of the game, just came up short. And it's a tired trio in red jerseys out there trying to win the battle against the boards. And they do, at least for a little while, and that allows them to make at least a partial line change and get a fresh body on the ice. And now they're carrying down the ice, attempting a backhand shot, and it gets blocked by Cosmos to establish a firm control in their own zone, preparing their next rush while the line change is happening. 2:30 to go in the first period, and Alexander Nikolitin carries the puck down the ice again. Streaking down the left wing, taking a shot with the backhand, and it gets partially blocked, but he retains possession of the puck and playing it to their, should I call it just the center ice line or just the line? It's basically the only line that has any importance in this game anyway. Not a lot of speed we're witnessing here in the first period. And there's actually an infraction, and because it's a 3-on-3 hockey, there's not going to be a 2-minute monitor whatsoever. It's going to be a straight-up penalty shot, but an unusual penalty shot at that, as we're taking another look at the infraction. Looks like tripping is the call on Alexander Nikolitin. Now the player taking the penalty shot will skate with it towards the net, but everyone else will be trailing just behind. Attempts a shot from mid-zone, and it's just peanuts for Viktor Kornikov. Rupko playing it to his man at the far end of the ice, taking a shot, and I think it just rang out of 2 posts, not 1 but 2. Nikolitin has the puck, plays it up the left wing. Nikolitin will be playing D on this rush. Well, someone has to stay behind, and he's the one receiving the puck back there. gaining the speed. Cosmos X17 with the move down low, shooting and scoring. What a goal! What a goal by Cosmos X17 with 1:22 to go in the first period. And they make it a 8-4 hockey game. Gorakov gets the goal. What a move down low to beat the goalie. As we're taking another look at it, it almost didn't go in, but it actually did. It barely crossed the line, but that was just enough for the ref to point it to the net and saying that is, in fact, a good goal. 8-4. Cosmos X17 are in the lead, and it's only getting larger. Miroshnikov with the puck behind his own net, waiting for his teammates to skate into position. Now you can't actually do that anymore in Russian professional league starting this season. Very similar to a 3-second zone in basketball. The rule now is in KHL or VHL or junior hockey league for that matter, you can't stay behind your own net for 3 seconds anymore. If you do that, you're gonna get a 2-minute minor. But it's a 3-on-3 phygital hockey, so you can't do that. And we just witnessed it. 30 seconds to go in their first period of the physical part of the hockey. Bad line change for Inter there, which allows Cosmos to regain possession of the puck. The captain, Rupko, has it. Plays it to the far board. Skating down the right wing, getting the pass, shooting and scoring. Rupko has his second of the game with just 5.5 seconds to go. And he increases the lead to 9-4 with some swagger, no less. Let's take another look at it. Left-handed shot right between the wickets of Inter goaltender. You gotta feel bad for goalies in this hockey format, because you can't really expect them to make a lot of saves and bail your team out. 5 seconds to go. Cosmos win the face-off, and they're just gonna work the clock here and wait for the whistle. They get it, and now 4 periods are in the books. 3 of digital hockey and 1 of physical hockey. Only 2 more left to go. As we get a look at Pavel Suchkov, who was the starting netminder for Inter at this competition, getting some rest tonight. Viktor Kornikov started in all 3 games so far. No rest for him, as Leonid Ovechkin talking to his team in the intermission. Now, a tactics that a lot of teams opted for this tournament is that the backup goalie is usually the guy who's really good at digital hockey. Gotta wonder if that's the case with Inter. And it was Inter who actually opened scoring in the physical part of the game. Their captain, Repchik, scored the first goal. Set in the mood for this one, but then it was Borko, another Cafe, who found the back of the net, making it a 1-1 game in the first period. And then Cosmos pretty much took a firm grip on the game, not allowing Inter to do anything at the other end of the ice. As we get in a look at Gorakov's goal, all the puck has to do is cross the line entirely, and it did. Just barely so, but it did. And then Borka scored his second of the period with just a few seconds remaining on the clock, improving his team overall lead to 9-4. As you can see, Cosmos X17 took 6 shots on goal, while Inter had only 2. No face-off wins for Inter as well, but they did get a penalty shot, not being able to score in it. And I believe the second shot that Inter took in this game was actually off that penalty shot. So on the rush, there was only one shot on net for Inter. They came into the game as heavy underdogs, and it certainly shows. As we get all set for the second period, second 7-minute period of the physical game. Now I'm told the rink is actually pretty packed for this one, believe it or not. Tatneft Arena being the largest hockey arena in the city of Kazan. And the usual tenants of the arena, Agbars, not the Agbars team that plays in the tournament, but KHL's Agbars, they had to move out to their old building to make space for digital athletes. And the fourth team of Agbars Kazan actually had to move to another town. Sure, within the same Republic of Tatarstan, but nonetheless another town. We're into the second period. 20 seconds are gone from the starting face-off. Cosmos X17 taking another shot, and that rings off the pipe and back into play, all the way back to center ice. I believe we're seeing a mixed lineup for Inter in the second period. A lot of digital athletes didn't play a whole lot in the previous two round-robin games, obviously. That's a tactic that a lot of teams opt for. Pretty much like in American football, where there are special teams. As we're looking at this rare rush for Team Inter, and they come up just short. Some athletes are really good at digital hockey, but their skating ability isn't the greatest, so they just sit on the bench and wait for the nod from the coach, and quite often never get one. We're a minute and 25 seconds into the second period. No score so far, but Inter had their fair share of scoring chances as they try to set up their offense of this rush. Taking another shot. They tried to get it past Kornikov's short side, but Cosmos netminer was alert and able to stop it. A chance for a Notman rush for Inter. No player back in red jersey, but they are unable to connect with each other in the offensive. And now it's Alexander Nikolitin carrying the puck in over the line, skates to the slot. His teammate had another idea for this offensive rush. And now it's Inter trying to break out from their zone. It's not easy to ask when you got Cosmos X17 in front of you. Pretty slow-paced game, that is. As I already mentioned, Cosmos X17 had already guaranteed themselves a playoff spot, and Inter team playing for their pride. Not a lot on the line, but it's still fun. Not to mention there's quite a sweet money pot involved. Teams who will finish 7th and 8th out of 8 in the tournament will both get a $20,000 check. Not a bad payout for 3 days' work, especially since there are about 10 players on each side. Cosmos with another scoring chance, and this time they cannot beat Inter netminer. Huge save for his team. Another shot from the slot, and this one goes wide. And now a huge chance for Inter as they create an odd-man rush. It's a 2-on-1. Skate into the slot and shoot it, and missing the net wide. Wide a chance wasted. Maybe they'll get another one. It's another 2-on-1 developing for Inter. Taking a shot from in tight and making Viktor Kornikov work for it. as it makes another save. Quite a lot of work for Viktor Karnikov in the first half of the second period. He didn't break sweat in the first period of last night's game. Lacrosse attempt. Some people call it Michigan. Call it whatever you want. I believe it might be the first Michigan attempt of the tournament, believe it or not. Just didn't go past Viktor Karnikov. He had other ideas on the matter. 2:20 to go in the second period. Still Cosmos leading 9-4. No scoring in the second period. Inter taking a shot from just inside the line. And Viktor Karnikov makes another save. And now it's another goal for Cosmos X17. And they increase their lead to 10-4 with 2:05 remaining to play in the second period. And it's Gorakov again. This time beating Inter netminder on the blocker side. Pavel Gorakov has 2 on the night. Not very excited about it. Gotta wonder if there's going to be a special prize or trophy of any kind for the top scorer of the tournament. And if there is, he just made another step in the right direction to clinch it. Inter developing another offensive rush. And Cosmos X17 make him curl back into the defensive zone. It was just under 2 minutes remaining to play in the second period. High forecheck by Cosmos X17 late in the period. Not a lot of skate work involved, but it seems to work as Inter have a hard time starting their rush. And Gorakov having a few words with the netminder. That's not the first time we've seen it. And now Inter finally getting it into the zone. Almost too many men on the ice for Inter, but the ref let it go. Not a lot happening in the offensive zone for Inter, and now skating the other way with it. Cosmos X17, and they score another one. And who do you think that is? You got it, it's Gorakov again, and that's the hat trick. Pavel Gorakov has the hat trick in this one. Not a rare instance at the tournament, at any rate, but it's nice to have one. Beautiful execution on the odd man rush. Gorakov was able to lift the puck over the pad of Inter netminder and sending it straight into the back of the net to make it an 11-4 hockey game. How often do you get to say something like that? Under a minute to go in the second period, as Inter tried to set up an attack in the offensive zone, and they were able to take a shot, making Viktor Karnikov work again for it. But except for one instant, he has been perfect tonight. And in an interview last night, Nikita Hoba, who's one of the better players for Cosmos X17, he actually said, along with his coach, Leonid Ovechkin, that it was Viktor Karnikov who was their best player on day 2 of round robin. It might be the case again tonight, even though Gorakov has a hat trick. The buzzer goes, and there you have it. After 2 periods of play in the physical part of this phygital hockey game between Inter and Cosmos X17, it's 11-4 for the latter. I do believe that Inter actually looked decent in the second period. They certainly created more offensive rushes and took more shots on net in the period than in the first. Just unable to get anything past Viktor Karnikov. We're going to get a 3-minute break, or rather a 2-minute break before the start of the third period, which gives us a chance to take another look at the highlights of the second frame. It all started with the bang of the pipe early on. And then it was Inter for a while who had the better number. All technical difficulties are fixed, and we're ready for the third period of this digital hockey game between Inter and Cosmos X17. Inter are down 4-11, 7-goal margin heading into the final period of this game. It's not looking bright for them, but then again, as I said earlier, the Inter team was assembled just 3 days prior to the tournament. While Cosmos X17 are bolstering a very experienced lineup of both physical and digital hockey players. Often the mix within this team. And then are poised for the biggest prize at the tournament, which is $175,000, believe it or not. That's quite a lot of cash on the line. And if Cosmos will be able to finish off this game with another dub, they will finish on top of their group. Most notably beating Akbar's Kazan by just 1 goal, 12-11 on day 1 of the tournament. Akbar's are, of course, considered one of the favorites coming into the tournament. So that was a big game and a big win for Cosmos X17. We're all underway in the third period of play as Alexander Nikolitin takes another shot, receiving the puck back, trying to go cross ice with it. Fumbling on that cross ice pass was his teammate. And now Nikolitin skating down the left wing, but that was Gorkov who decided to take a shot himself, looking for his 4th of the game. Nikolitin with the puck again, playing it to the far post and getting the rebound and stuffing the net from inside. Alexander Nikolitin improving the lead to 12-4 with 6:15 remaining to play in the third. Alexander Nikolitin, the oldest son of Andrei Nikolitin, a former Washington Capital, who went on to play in the 1998 Stanley Cup Finals, losing to the Detroit Red Wings 4-0, but then becoming one of leading hockey analysts on Russian TV. His younger son, actually, Ivan Nikolitin, plays in the KHL, and he's one of the leaders on one of the top teams of the league, Avangard. Actually scored a goal last night. And his older brother did get one too just now. The puck is out of bounds. And I believe that Pavel Svichkov has made his way onto the ice. In 1992, year-born goaltender, product of Red Army Hockey School. Actually played for under-17 Team Russia and under-18 Team Russia, as there's an infraction called by one of the officials. I'm not sure exactly which way it's going to go, but what I am sure about is that we're going to get another penalty shot. It looks like it's going to be against Alexander Svichkov, and it is. Cosmos X17 get the penalty shot, and they have a chance to improve their lead to 13-4 if it goes in. Rigs off the pipe and goes back into play. And now Inter have a chance to create a 2-on-1 rush, as they do, trying to beat Kornikov between the wickets, and it's still in play. No whistle made on the play. Inter were really close to getting their 5th goal of the game overall, 2nd against Kornikov in the physical part of the game. But Victor said no, just 1 goal was scored against him throughout incomplete 3 periods of the physical game. Inter dumping the puck in, trying to retrieve it in the offensive zone, and they do, playing it to the line, attempting a shot. It's partially blocked, but they regain possession and playing it to the slot, shooting, and Viktor Kornikov comes up big again. What a game this guy is having. Take another look at it. Centering pass to the slot, and it seems there's almost nowhere to go but into the back of the net, because Kornikov was sitting on his pads right along the goal line. He didn't escape up the crease, and yet he was able to make a stop. Nikolic plays to a teammate, looking for a back pass, and he gets it and shoots, and making Suchkov work for it. Kornikov gets a pass from his own teammate, and he decided to hold on to it. Looks like head coach Leonid Ovechkin doesn't particularly understand that decision, but oh well. Inter will get the puck and they gain the zone, skate into Kornikov's net, and are unable to take a shot. Rybchak was. And now Cosmos taking a short side. Caesar couldn't bury it. Kornikov with another huge stop as the puck goes behind the net, and now it's Suchkov who will play it at his own end of the ice. And looks like there's another penalty on the play. And if that is the case, it's going to go against Inter, because Suchkov had the puck when the whistle went, which would mean that Cosmos will get another penalty shot, or it might be just the case that something wrong with Kornikov's equipment. Oh, he got shot straight in the mask, so that's the reason for the stoppage of play. Because no matter how good the masks are these days, if you get hit by a sizzling shot, it's no fun. The ref was a little slow to make the call, but he did the right thing, and that's all that matters. Inter skating back into the offensive end of the ice, playing it back to the line, curling back to their own defensive zone. 3:40 to go in this game. Nikolic on the forecheck, trying to pickpocket into defenseman, and he almost did. Stretch pass to the offensive zone, but it's incomplete. And now it's a 2-on-1 developing on the other end of the ice, taking the shot. Cosmos X17 missing it wide, and they will have to skate back to their own end to retrieve the puck. Kornikov plays it to Nikolic. Nikolic basically walks into the zone, skating to his right, and curling back to the line. Attempting it through the leg pass. And he did deliver the puck to his teammate, but that wasn't followed by a shot. Line change for Cosmos X17. And Inter are changing on the fly as well. A lot of wide ice right down the middle of the ice. That allowed Inter to create almost a breakaway chance for themselves, but just couldn't convert in it. .2:15 remaining to play in the third period. Inter developing a scoring chance right next to Kornikov's goal. Playing it to the far side. It's incomplete. And now Cosmos X17, if they hurry, they can get a 2-0 chance, and they do, and they score. There's 2 minutes to go on the clock. Cosmos X17 improved the lead to 13-4 to blow a game at Tatneft Arena. Very little chance for Kosachkov on this play. Now that play actually looked more like something from digital hockey space. Sergei Gurbanov gets his first of the game and third point of the afternoon. Borko line make their way onto the ice. Obviously I say Borko line, but it's a bit of a mixed lineup right now for Cosmos X17 because they have a huge lead. They will definitely finish on top of their group. There's a lot of room for experiments right now. Kapostenko made his way onto the ice. He's the one carrying the puck. He's one of the better players on the team in digital hockey. Now getting some ice time as well. Holding the line, playing it to his teammate. Couple of hands-off in the offensive end for Cosmos X17, trying to get to the net. Unable to do that. And now it's a 2-on-1 for Inter. Going for the shot, and Kornikov makes another huge save. He has been one goal away from the perfect record in the physical game. He's not bad at digital hockey as well. I've played against him. That dude is solid. 50 seconds to go in the game. Pavel Sichkov comes out of his net. Playing it along the walls. Hitting a crack, it would seem, along the wall. But Inter are still able to skate with the biscuit to the other end of the ice, making their way to Kornikov's goal. What a huge save by Viktor Kornikov, stretching his right pad like it was nothing. Absolutely robbing Inter of the goal in the dying moments of the game. They sure made him sweat. As we're taking a look at who had the hardest shot on Inter, and it was Mark Malinsky, a Czech international, who had the hardest shot. Waning more moments of the game, and there it is. There you have it. 13-4. Cosmos X17 making it look easy, especially in the physical part of the game. And clinching the first place of the group in round robin. And they will face Baltic Select team, who finished second in Group A in the first semifinal. And now something you like to see after every game, it's a line handshake. No matter the score, it was fun for everyone involved, that's for sure. Including myself. It's been a joy to work this game for you as we take a look at the final stats. Cosmos took 15 shots on net, but actually Inter improved their shots total to 11, mostly due to their play in the second period. But the final score is 13-4 after 6-3 game in the digital and 7-1 in the physical. There you have it, 13-4, Cosmos X17 on top of their group.
Wow, what a game. I mean, it may look like one-way traffic for Team Cosmos X17. They are a Russian team. They played against Inter, which is an international team, and it comprises of players from Russia, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Belarus, Moldova, and even Canada. But it did look like a one-way traffic of sorts.
13-4 in the end. I mean, you're more of an expert than me, but that looked like a convincing victory for Cosmos.
It did, it did. Listen, I work in ice hockey. I work in the KHL with one of the big teams, and I cannot stress enough just how much I'm enjoying this, because, you know, looking at ice hockey as a traditional type of sport, where it's all about speed, physicality, and, you know, just how quick and how tactically astute you are, it's a different game altogether here, because, you know, your skills on the ice would not matter much if you are not good in the digital part of the game. And I like the fact that when they play the digital aspect, they're all geared up. They're wearing the skates, they're wearing, you know, the goalkeepers are wearing the full kit. So it makes it difficult, you know, if you ever played
Yeah, well, I mean, I find it hard enough playing a computer game anyway, never mind dressing up in ice hockey gear. Probably lose even more to my nephew if I did. But just on that, I mean, we're reaching the latter part now of the hockey. The last games in the group stages are taking place. Are things sort of shaping up the way you'd expect in terms of, you know, it is the teams with the experienced players in them that are sort of leaving their mark on this competition so far?
You know, the phygital hockey as an aspect has been going on for almost 2 years now, so it's not like it happened yesterday. And some of the teams participating, they did have an opportunity to train themselves. I wouldn't go into saying who is the favorite and who is the most likely candidate to crash out. But again, there's a lot of money to fight for in this particular case, almost $200,000 for the first place.
That's right, yeah.
So I think what we're going to be seeing tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, when the semifinals and the first place and the third place matches will be taking place, I think it will be a fierce competition by all accounts. I would say probably Akbars are among the favorites, just because they have not only the strong backing of the locals, obviously it's the big KHL side from Kazan, from Tatarstan. They are in the playoffs of the Gagarin Cup this year, so they will be playing there as well. But I would like to see maybe Akbars against, I don't know, the Mexican team in the final. Why not? A Mexican ice hockey team.
Wouldn't it? I mean, everybody sort of thinks when they think NHL or ice hockey, sort of Russia, European teams, American teams, but it would be nice, wouldn't it, to see a Latin American team perhaps? Why not? I mean, you never know. It's a big leveler, isn't it? It can be a big leveler. You'd expect them maybe to view it as, OK, we might not be able to compete on the ice, but we can certainly make a difference on the console.
That's the whole point.
That's the whole point. OK, well, let's hear from one of the players who was on the losing side today. He's Inter's Malik Malinsky.
Okay, all right, you got me. So, okay, friends, let's take a look at the games from the inside with our new friend. Could you tell us, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Marek. Nice to meet you.
And Marek, where are you from?
I'm from Czech Republic.
Really? So you came all the way out here from the Czech Republic? That must have been one heck of a set of flights.
Yeah, it took like 12 hours, so it was a long trip.
So how did you get into this whole phygital sports thing, the hockey with the video games? How'd you, come into this world here?
Yeah, we got an invitation from our friends, so we never heard about something like this. So we just want to come and like play hockey, you know. So, and the system with the phygital, it's like something like unique for us.
I noticed that your team is called Inter, and I could see sort of by like the top of your chest, you guys have different flags. So how did this team come about? Who created it?
Yeah, it's like we want to like do it like international. So we had like guys from like whole country, from the world, and yeah, we just want to come and play hockey.
So were you either a pro or an amateur hockey player back home, or where did what's your hockey background?
Like, I'm a pro hockey player. I play like 8 years like in other countries, so I'm like traveling and playing hockey around the world. So this is something like what we have like from the boys from team together.
Yeah, well, then it kind of begs the question, like I play American football, and I could do a lot with American football. Now play the video games, that I can't do. So did you have to like study up specially to play the games, or how does that work?
Yeah, we find out that we're gonna have to beat them like in phygital, so everybody had to buy a PlayStation and play NHL every game, you know, to be better. But like, as I say, like, the level of the guys here are very good. They are good phygital players and also hockey players. So we need to like practice more, like to be better next year.
Well, see, there's some minor nuances, but anyways, thank you very much for giving us your time, and back to you in the studio.
OK, that was an interview, a good one too, with Marek Malinsky. He plays for Inter, a pro hockey player, decided to try his luck at phygital hockey. Came out on the wrong side of the result today because Inter lost 4-13 to Moscow, the Russian side, the Moscow-based side, I think. Is that correct,
yeah,
Alexei?
Yeah.
I like.
You know, this guy is in for a big treat, since he's talking about him being a professional ice hockey player. I think it's tomorrow that the legends of the game, Ilya Kovalchuk against Denis Zaripov, they had to have different teams, and they will square it off against one another in Kazan. I mean, Ilya Kovalchuk, superstar Russian player, NHL player, Denis Zaripov as well, and he's a local as well, so it's a big thing for Kazan. I'm pretty sure Malik will, despite being on the losing side today, he will pop up at that game to have a look at the true legends of ice hockey.
Yeah, and I like what he said about we had to buy PlayStations because we knew we had to start playing this game on the console a lot better than we did. And there's still a lot of catching up to do, isn't it? I mean, it's this point you made that perhaps teams can go into this competition with a bit of naivety, thinking, it can't be that hard on the PlayStation, but actually you get tanked. And then you go onto the ice and you've got a very difficult job ahead of you.
You know, in real life, if we're talking about the pro sports, any sports, it's quite often that, the training schedule and the season schedule of professional athletes, it doesn't allow them a lot of time to play at home and, to train and to work out. But again, most of these professional players who are participating in the digital games, they're mostly former professional players. So they did play for certain KHL teams, NHL teams, and they now have the time to brush up their skills in terms of the digital aspect. But again, I know quite a few ice hockey players, professional acting, playing in the top leagues around the world, who are spending their spare time playing, PlayStation or Xbox or any other video console. So it might be a handy thing now to do now, since it's the future.
I would like to know how many hours you have to put in to the PlayStation to be at the top, the elite level, because there is this general rule, isn't there, in sport, it's 10,000 hours, and then you'll be, a professional standard. If you play golf or tennis, put in 10,000 hours and you'll be up there. Is it the same for PlayStation? I mean, who knows?
I would say so. Listen, I've been playing FIFA since, I think, 1998, but I would still not call myself a professional cyber athlete in terms of the digital football. I mean, I can play, I can maybe beat someone, but I know that my 12-year-old kid would probably be victorious in a game against me. So it's about many things. It's about reactions. It's not so much about the hours you spend playing the game. It's more about, the different reality that digital game is.
Well, let's get another insight, but switch sports to digital basketball, because that's got underway today. It's the group stages, and I know that we've been able to talk to a few of the coaches of the teams. So let's hear what they had to say.
Кручу, верчу, крутую команду тренировать хочу. Все, купились? Я рассказал. Здесь нужно что-то посерьезнее. Таро. Высшие силы, помогите мне, где вас носилы? 8 мечей. Кто-то сидел на мече. Давай, я один, что ли, работать буду? Пошли. Меня к вот этому моменту привели тарошки. О, неплохо, неплохо. Hello. Michael Jordan, you?
Malcolm Griffin.
Malcolm. I am a best coach. Let's begin. Come on. Look at me, how you shot. So, 3 point. It's only luck.
Yeah, it's work.
Maybe dunk. Вся, не получится, я вам говорю. Yes, it's my team, you know. We... Сколько там, сколько играет? 2 на 2. 2 на 2. Our team, mustache
power.
Yeah. I present for you Russian champions mantra. Скажи им, пусть не смеются над моим испанским. La mirada de un macho.
La mirada de un macho.
El bigote de un asesino.
El bigote de un asesino.
Y la postura de un pájaro orgulloso.
La postura de un pájaro odioso.
Взгляд самца, усы убийцы и походка гордой птицы. Сейчас они заряжены, как будут звери, машина, самцы. Тестостеронус. Тоже мне баскетболист. Это же легко, это по сути физика. Буквально пару комментариев. Каково тебе учиться у лучших?
Мне очень нравится у лучших учиться.
Ну все, видите, покупайте мои курсы по баскетболу. Курсы чемпионского, олимпийского уровня. Усы удачи. Так, малышка, давай, покажи. Малышка на миллион. Оп, видали? Оп, 2 подряд. Я сам не верил, но удача в нее верила. Это парадокс. я буду тебе гадать. You know?
I don't know what...
Таро. Magic mustache.
Mustache magic I don't know. Tarot I know.
Сейчас мы ему нагадаем, что у него будет там в финале. Ну, поехали.
Да. What is this?
Он big, соответственно, это туз, соответственно, он... Это похоже на кубок. Туз кубков, но здесь опять-таки понятно.
Good, no?
Это есть. Look, it's a cup. Колесница. Ну, кого-то жестко в финале прокатит. You win. Congratulations, chance. Это стопроцентное гадание на финал. Дебин, good luck. А? Шакира, Шакира. Майкл Джордан. Короче, не туда я приехал команду искать. Сюда слетелись со всего мира профессионалы. Все, блин, здоровые кони, лошади, с татухами, красивые, блин. Надо куда-то в другое место отправляться. Я же в детстве ходил на карате 2 раза. Я отправляюсь на единоборство.
So I gotta tell you, this guy is pure entertainment. And one thing which is boggling my mind all the way through this story is whether his mustache is actually real. You know.
Not like yours.
Yeah, well, mine is real, for sure. But he is doing really good stuff, and he'll keep us entertained, for sure, throughout the next couple of weeks. So we now move on to the digital basketball, and I think this might be a very close game between Partizan esports from Serbia and Phoenix from Azerbaijan.
Yeah,
Two different schools of basketball together.
Just quickly then, run through, give the viewers a bit of knowledge about both of these teams. So Partizan esports, probably a lot of people have heard of this, very famous, you know, FK Partizan Sports Club in Serbia. But what about Phoenix AZE from Azerbaijan? I mean, I've read that they've got players from the Azerbaijan national side, but is that a...
To be quite honest with you, I've not seen the basketball team from Azerbaijan, but I've seen their football team. And during the football part of the digital tournaments, you would think that they may be underdogs, especially playing against teams from Latin America. But the Azerbaijani team in digital football, digital and physical football, they showed a lot of tenacity, a lot of intensity, and I think they did extremely well. I would believe that the same will apply to the way they play basketball as well.
Now, we are
They're not favorites, but they are seen as potentially a dark horse in this tournament.
OK, now that game actually took place a bit earlier, but we're not going to spoil the fun because it was a cracker, wasn't it? And pretty close too. And it might surprise a few people like myself that it was that close, actually. But, you know, this is digital sport. As you say, it's a big leveler when they get on the console before they have to get to the ice. I think we can look at the highlights now. This is Partizan against Phoenix.
So here we go once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the digital basketball tournament, and this will be a Group A match. Partizan versus Phoenix, and Partizan, they represent Serbia, and we all do know that Serbia has multiple big traditions in basketball because Serbian national team actually presented themselves vividly in the international tournaments. And as for Phoenix, well, Azerbaijan doesn't have such big traditions in basketball, but still I think that they will improve. Well, just like it's been said already that you cannot be good only in one aspect in digital, in playing video game, nor playing physical game, you know. So if you lose badly at the digital game, it will be very hard for you to get your opponents to get back into the game. So that's why you need to practice. And just like it's been said, many professional players, football players, basketball players, and even fighters, because in these digital games we will have the MMA competition. It will occur later on, and tomorrow we'll see the first part of the MMA competition. So all of them, practically all of them, not all of them, but many of them, they actually take the rest after the training and the tournaments and the competition playing video games, and especially they play video games according to the sport they represent. So the basketball players actually they play basketball, but Not always, of course, but speaking, for example, about the MMA fighters, they all play UFC, not Mortal Kombat, just like it will be played in this competition, but they always play UFC or a boxing fight night. So we see a quite tight game, toe-to-toe match. So far the score is 3-1 in favor of Azerbaijani team. So as far as we can see now, the level of gaming is quite equal for now. So let's see. Oh, that was a good shot over the glass. So let's see. Of course, we would like to see competitive matches because today we saw in the previous match in the Group A, we saw a match where the huge favorites from Dangerous, they actually outpointed Le Guépard. But as far as we can see here, in this particular match, there will be quite a game. There will be quite a competition and a confrontation. So I would like to say a few more about the rules and about the schedule, because there are 4 groups. And the game, the team, beg your pardon, the team that will take the first place after the Robin round, this team will advance to quarterfinal immediately, and the second place and the third place, they will be playing in the round last 16. Oh, that was a good block. Huge slam. And by the way, you can choose any player you like, but the main thing that their rating should be not more than 97. So this is the list of the players called all time. So any player, Steph Curry, Scottie Pippen, Davis, Shaquille O'Neal, whatever you want, whatever you like, Maxi Bogues, and many others. So but the rating should not be higher than 97. And maybe you might forgot, but I will remind you the rules. So firstly, at the digital game, you play to the 9 points, or if the time will expire. And in the physical game, you continue playing with the same score, and this will be a 7-minute game. And the match will be over if one of the team will score 39 points or if the time expires. So these are the rules, and the format will be just the same, and just like in Phygital, 2-on-2 game with the street ball rules, with the amount of time for attacking. So let's get to work. I want to see if they can expose this 2-on-2 game is much more dynamic than the classical basketball 5-on-5. And of course, you have to produce good dribbling, good shooting. And so far, you see a very close game, toe-to-toe, 6-7 so far in the favor of Azerbaijan Team Phoenix. But nothing is over yet, of course, and I think that in this particular game, the decisive will be the second part of the match, when it will be a physical game, and the real people are about to appear. By the way, in this tournament, we see multiple professional players who actually used to play in some big European clubs. There are some players that used to train in summer NBA camps, but there are some players that can be named professional Phygital players, like, for example, the player in Ural basket team, Kirill Gorshkov, who, just for an example, because and he started to play basketball when he was 7 years old, and he started to be a Phygital sportsman when he turned 15. And we all do understand that to be a true Phygital sportsman, you have to train hard, as in the real sport, just like the same in the game, in the video game. And well, there should be some kind of a balance between these two aspects. So you cannot be very good in gaming, in video gaming, and be poor in the real game, and vice versa, the same with the physical game. And of course, you need to train. So you saw the interview with the hockey from Czech Republic, who said that when they found out that they have to to compete in the digital games, so they had to buy consoles and Sony PlayStation or Xbox or something like that, and they needed badly to start practicing, because if their opponents would have created the big gap in the video game, so it could be very hard for them to equalize, to catch them in the real game. So that is the point. Actually, as for me, it's really close for Czech boxing, when boxing and the chess are the same sport, you know what I mean? So, but this time, that kind of sport they play in the real life, in chess and boxing, and this time they play, the future is here. So they play the video game, and afterwards they compete in the real life. They compete a physical game, so to say. And you'll see that Azerbaijan team created a good space, a good gap, 6 points lead. Oh, that was quite a good pass under the basket and a huge slam.
Yo, come on, man. We came to see some buckets.
So it will be very, very hard for the opponents to equalize because of the gap. So speaking about the team, Phoenix Azerbaijan, they actually are not newcomers for the digital games, because they took part at the games number 10, and they even got to the semi-final. Faris Ganbarov and Andrei Kondratev. And by the way, more than that, Andrei Kondratev was the national, was the member of the national team of Azerbaijan, and as for Faris Ganbarov, he took part at such tournaments like Red Bull Half Court, and as for another member of the team, or Jaliv, he is actually also a member of the national team. So all of these guys, they do really know the game, they do really know what to do, not only on the court, but as we can see, they are really sharp playing the video game. And by the way, as for me, one of the most favorite player to be chosen to play in the video game is Steph Curry, and I understand why, because this is one of the best three-point shooter in the world. So, but so far I did not see anyone choosing Michael Jordan, but I think that maybe his rating is higher than 97, so that's the point. So far the score is 16-12. And the opponents of Azerbaijan, they actually trying to get their opponents, and well, they are quite good at it.
Alright, here we go. Let's get it.
Partizan Esports.
I got him.
But of course, the most interesting part of the game will be the second one, I think, because this game is, well, it's quite equal. Lots of passes and a three-pointer from downtown, and then with a rebound.
Oh, he was hacked. Hit him with the quick cross.
Oh, that was close. That was close. A three-pointer. And I would also like, I would like to say a few words about the whole teams that actually presented in this tournament, because there are many of them, and I was deeply surprised that when I found out that there is a team from Benin. Actually, they took part in the first match we showed. They competed against a team from Montenegro, against Dangerous. This was the B group competition. Oh, that was a foul from Steph Curry. As far as I remember, in the real life, Steph Curry doesn't foul pretty often. And there are teams from China, for example, teams from Azerbaijan, from Belarus, from Madagascar, by the way. So the level of the competition is pretty high. Well, Shaquille O'Neal was blocked. Well, and it was really surprising to see. Maybe as far as you remember, Shaquille O'Neal is one of the biggest, one of the largest and heaviest players in the NBA ever existed. And to see someone blocking him, well, just like a complete shock.
Is somebody gonna box him out?
Steph Curry shows his remarkable dribbling, and Shaquille O'Neal, no place to shoot for Shaquille O'Neal. You remember him shooting free throws. It was a big problem for him. And of course, he was one of the best players to actually show himself under the rim, under the basket. So this is the end of the first part of the game, the Phygital, and we see that team from Serbia made a good comeback because they trailed for 7 points, at least 7 points, but they managed to catch their opponents, and now the difference is not that big as it was. So we're eager to see the second part, the physical game. Once again, there will be a 2-on-2 game, 7 minutes. And I would like also to remind you, so the teams are warming so far, and some more words about the format. The street ball game, but 2-on-2, not 3-on-3, with one substitute. And the classical street ball rules, when one team scores a point, the other team needs to pick up a ball and to continue playing immediately, because maybe all of you, our viewers and spectators, played street ball on the street. So you know, when some team scores the point, the game stops, and the other, so the ball needed to cross the 3-point line, and there is a check, so to say, and afterwards the team resumes. So in this particular game, the stoppage will be only because of the whistle, maybe some foul that will be come by the referee. And you see the score, 19-17, and the game will last until 39 points or when the time expires. So let's see it. I'm really looking forward for this game, for this match to be continued. So we are about to start. So here we go. Oh, look at this tight defense, and the first shot of the game, but misses. Yeah, and you don't have much time actually to shoot, only 12 seconds to produce a shot, otherwise you will lose the ball, so you have to understand that. Oh, that was a quite fast shot, like Steph Curry always does, but the accuracy wasn't like Steph Curry. The screen from the right. The classical combination after the screen, but actually the ball. Oh, that was a good pass to the point, to the paint, beg your pardon. An easy point. Good defense again. Oh, the air ball. Our team in black. Good screen again. And a three-pointer makes it. Actually, because of the street ball rules, this was a 2-pointer. And if you score all good blocking, oh, misunderstanding a little bit. Oh, what emotional speech. Chak. Oh, you know that chak is a traditional Tatar food. Pretty sweet. And I think that all the guests actually came to the tournament from different countries. I think that they will definitely try it, chak. But I would like to recommend to try it because this is just completely delicious. A foul from number 2. So the possession is for Chak and a Cobra. Good feint and a 3-pointer from downtown, and the rebound for Chak. No. To the 3-point line, misses again. And finally the rebound for the opponents. We'll see a big height advantage and the size advantage. Nice pass, a lovely pass and a lovely shot. Here is the connection. Oh, good layup. Speaking about the size difference, and of course we see that players from Serbia, they have that kind of advantage. Oh, that was a too far shot, but the time was ticking actually, so Chak did not have any choice but just to throw the ball out, trying to score. Now Chak is going to use this size, the mass, the real giant. Number 8, look at this. Well, it was a free shot without any confrontation from the opponent for Cobra, so that's why he did not have much problem. That is a free throw from Chak and another scoring, but still you see that the score is 23-22, and here comes another point being synced. 3-pointer, yes! Well, I think that Azerbaijani team needs a proper defense, especially when their opponents get on the 3-point line, because if they will not try to stop Cobra, they will not. But you saw that was a perfect screening from Chak. Oh, that was a good attempt. Number 11. And 4 minutes, a little bit less, and no chance in rebounding. The second rebound in a row, and a Cobra, and it was a foul. But actually, Kondratev had nothing to do because he lost the position. And the only chance for him to stop Cobra was just to foul him. And happily there was no technical foul. Well, technical foul is always given when someone tries to break the opponent down. So they say on purpose, to hit the arms, to hit the head or something, to push him to the back. But still we see quite equal game despite of the size difference. And maybe because, the level of the Azerbaijani team is pretty high. Just like we said, that Faris Ganbarov and Andrei Kondratev, they are semi-finalists of the digital tournament number 10, so they got the experience. Oh, that was a leg ball. So that's why the time starts again. And here goes Chak from the 3-point line. And Kondratev Good one-pointer after the rebound. So you see, it's not only about the size, it's also about choosing the position. Well, you're fighting for the rebound, and a good three-pointer. Excellent job by Chak. Almost stole the ball. That was a foul, but so far there is no shooting from the free. Nice dribbling from Chak. And a good preparation for the shots. Excellent footwork from Chak. Nice steal, but did not manage to get the ball. And now he's showing to the referee that I was that close, maybe. Unfortunately, I didn't hear what just said. Well, maybe Kondrativ was the last person to touch the ball in that particular episode, but 2 minutes and 52 seconds to go in the match. 27-24. Well, I can name it toe-to-toe game, but still. What a miss, and it. Good combination. What a lovely pass from Cobra. Kondrativ is with the ball. Screening again. No place to go still. Oh, that was a good switch. And number 11, Gambarov needed to use the speed because he was in front of the bigger guy. And so that's why he needed to be faster. Oh, look at this. Look at this lovely pass from behind. And of course, Chak could not do anything but just to score. And a Kondrativ with a rebound. Superb. 28-25. And I think that Phoenix from Azerbaijan is still having good chances to equalize or maybe to get a little bit closer to the opponent. And here comes the timeout. Well, just like you see that there are no coaches, just like we said, because they are not allowed during the match. Well, but nevertheless, these guys are so experienced, so maybe they do not even need the coach because they can coach themselves. So the timeout is over. The teams are coming back on the court. And the possession is for Cobra. Here it comes. Oh, nice. Good pass into the paint. And of course, that was, again, a bad switch for the Azerbaijani team. And of course, Chak could easily overwhelm the opponent because of the height difference. Good middle shot from Cobra. And Chak actually touched the ball after the scoring, but he did not have any right to do it because, just like I said, after the scoring, the other team needs to grab the ball, and afterwards the game resumes. This is the only condition. Another screen, but Gambarov wanted to go it on the right, and the three-point attempt, but too hard because the opponent was just right beside him. He was guarding. And it was really hard for Gambarov to get again. A three-pointer, but a two-pointer, beg your pardon. Actually, I used to for a three-pointer game, but oh, what a miss! What a miss! What a shock for the Serbian team. Poor pass from Gambarov. No, bad luck for Kondrativ. And comes up to the rim and over the glass. Good one-pointer. And two-point game still, but look at this. Again, bad switch. And of course, there are not many chances for Gambarov to fight Chak under the basket. well, this is what I call experience. And so far, Azerbaijani team can do anything about that screens and about, well, simple combinations. These kind of combinations are very simple and classical in basketball, in the big basketball, in the street ball. But nevertheless, Phoenix team still struggling. It's really hard for them to overcome this playing from the Serbian team. But still, you see the anger. Well, so you see the big will to get the win in this match. And the win against a very experienced and strong team. So I remind you that this is the first game of round robin in the Group A. Serbian team versus team from Azerbaijan. Oh, that was a long ball, and he almost got it. Kondratev. Let's see what Cobra is about to do here. Good dribbling, and Chak from the three-point line, but did not make it. Barov. Good footwork, and that was a foul. That was a foul from Cobra, and there will be a bonus shot. Cobra says that there was an elbow hit from Ganbarov. Well, it's not like that. It's not like that. It wasn't a foul from Ganbarov, that's for sure. So the referee is absolutely right, denying that episode in the favor of Serbian team, but actually Ganbarov misses, and it was a very important miss. Maybe there was a decisive miss, and we see the disappointment from Ganbarov, because if he would have scored that ball, that shot, so it could be just one point game for Serbian, and 21 seconds to go in the match. And Partizan Esports decided to take a timeout in order to discuss how they are about to play the next episode in their next attack. So 21 seconds to go. So that means that team from Serbia will have one attack, 12 seconds, and afterward the Azerbaijani, if they score, for example, so Azerbaijani team will have their last attack. So, and it depends on the way the Serbian attack will go now. So let's see it. That dramatic moment of the game. Oh, look at this again. 15 seconds, a long ball, and the foul. So the foul was committed outside the three-point line. So that's why there will be two shots from the free throw line. Well, that was an easy basket for Chak. No wonder. So Kondratev, he has two attempts, and oh my goodness, what a drama! Kondratev misses the shots, and maybe he ruins all the hopes of his team to save the match. But the street ball, and especially 2-on-2, is quite dynamic. I think there should be a foul. Yes, it is. So Kondratev needs to commit to collect fouls to put the opponent maybe on the foul line, or just to save the time and try to steal the ball, maybe, or maybe to make him shoot and to make him miss, and afterwards to get the possession and to shoot himself. Another foul for Kondratev. Well, tactically, this is the right decision, because Chak is now on the foul line, and this is a big moment for number 8 of the Serbian team, and he sinks 1 point without any confrontation. A free shot for Chak. And another one in a row, and maybe this will be a 3-pointer, 2-pointer, okay. And 2 seconds, and Cobra, he does it! Well, the last shot, I think, will not be counted, but this is just doesn't matter, because Partizan team gets the big win 35-30 in favor of Partizan Esports. Their first victory on the tournament, and Phoenix Azerbaijan concedes the first loss. But nevertheless, it was quite a game, it was quite a battle, because these teams are really high level, and you see the highlights of the game. Kondratev and Gambara fought as lions, and well, this is the right name for the team Phoenix, because they actually rised up like a phoenix bird, and they really tried to catch their opponents, but the decisive moments of the game came on the last seconds, and the big misses from Kondratev, actually, I think that was the point of the game. So we have just to congratulate Partizan with their big win.
What a game, man.
Close one, wasn't it? That's what you call a comeback.
You know, I would say this is probably the game of the day, because it's exemplary in the terms that the Azeris, they won the digital part, not by a large margin, but they did. And then this comeback at the end by the Serbs, and the final seconds, and the free throws, and the buzzer beater. I mean, this is just, wow.
Great
this is
spectacle,
pure sport.
wasn't it? And as you mentioned before, the production is excellent too. It's almost like watching in-game graphics, isn't it, for a real game of basketball, particularly with that sort of touch-sensitive floor that follows them around where they tread. A very entertaining game. We've had an entertaining start to the basketball, because it's been the group stages that got underway today, and we've been behind the scenes again and managed to catch up with some of the players. Okay, well, first glitch, but we'll try and get back to you with those interviews that we've managed to do today. But just to let you know what we were watching earlier, Partizan beat Partizan Esports, managed to come back and beat Phoenix Azerbaijan, 35 points to 30 in the end. And as we were saying, it was a very close game.
There was another close game, in fact. Ural Basket played against a team called I'm Possible, or I don't know, Impossible.
It's a clever play on words. Yeah, it looks like impossible, then it's I'm possible.
Yeah, well,
so.
that's, you know, you got to name your team right. Just look at the dangerous name of the team, like dangerous. That's great. So that game between Ural Basket and I'm Possible ended 33-30. Ural won it, but it's also another close game. And look at this. There was also a game between Unix team and the RT Team USA. Andy, do you know what R10 stands for in the name of that team?
Well, I know Ronaldinho, but is he any good at basketball?
Ronaldinho, I doubt that he's good at basketball, but he is an absolute magician in football.
He could play with his feet, couldn't he? It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, that's true. But the man who's running the RT10 team, he has a close affiliation with Ronaldinho, and Ronaldinho went to Kazan, by the way, at a certain stage. And I know for a fact that Ronaldinho is a big fan of the digital sport, and he sees that as something of the future, which I completely agree with him.
Well, absolutely, because if you can tap into the youth market, if you want to just talk in commercial terms, and if you look at the growth of esports generally that we've seen, and major professional clubs deciding, OK, we'll have an esports team, it's a clear indication they think, you know, that's the growth industry. And also, if you look at facts and figures too, the games that are growing at the moment are e-games. Some of them are growing by 10% a year, whereas traditional sports, such as basketball, etc., a lot of them are around 0%. It's almost like saturation point. So people are looking around to say, OK, where's the next market? And it's been esports, and then along comes phygital sports as like a connection between the two, and this is where we're at. In 2024, the Games of the Future, the very first one, and we're all enjoying it so far.
So I've got to tell you, though, you know, it's also connected in many ways to the actual development of technology, because if you take 10, 15 years ago, I mean, the graphics in the games were much poorer than now. To a certain extent, you feel that the thin line between the reality and the virtual reality is somehow dissipating.
Do you know, that's so true. I was watching the real game of ice hockey, and for a moment I thought I was watching the computer game.
Because it's so good now,
because of the way it's lit. It just looked like it. It's been very impressive. Now, the good news is we have got those interviews we got from those players. We recorded them earlier after the matches that took place today, and I think we can listen to some of them now.
Fantastic. So how did the game go for you today? What do you feel you can do better, and what did you guys excel at?
Well, first of all, we started very well at the digital stage. I think our plan worked. We beaten 14-point difference, and I think that was the crucial thing, that we can go without the pressure of losing into the physical part. And then in the physical part, my team did their job. I also put some work there, but yeah, the most important thing is that we won, and we go to the next opponent.
Fantastic. And is it your first time in Kazan, in Russia?
Yeah, it's my first time actually in Russia. I traveled a lot of the world, but never Russia, so I'm loving it here in Kazan, to be honest.
How's the atmosphere at the festival, at the Digital Games here for you? Is it what you expected? How are the people? Do you think this has gone well so far?
Well, to be honest, it's amazing. I gotta be honest, I wasn't expecting this. Organization is like on another level. I watched it from like the qualification tournaments, and I watched it from my home. But like when you're here and you feel it, it's a different story. Like you need to be here to know it, you know.
Sure. And how are the Digital Games back home in Montenegro? Is it a popular thing? Are there many people watching and supporting your team?
Yeah, we have a lot of our friends, family watching, and it's spreading all over the Balkans, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia, everywhere. So yeah, I think by the time it will grow and grow more.
Mm-hmm. So how far do you think your team can go? Are you guys in it to be #1?
Well, I'm confident in everything I do. So I'm confident in my team, I'm confident in myself, and I believe we can go all the way. That's our goal.
So when you go back to the hotel tonight, will it be ice bath and massage, or will it be sitting down and thumbs on gamepads?
Well, we have a game on Friday, so maybe tonight is a rest day, but tomorrow from the morning it's preparation for the next game. We'll see. I don't know, but yeah, today is a rest. Today is a rest, and tomorrow my team manager is going with his head, no rest, but yeah, I think I gotta rest and get ready for Friday, yeah.
Fantastic. Best of luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
OK, well, time for a change of sports now, if we can call it that, because we've concentrated a lot on those traditional sports, which now have become phygital sports, such as the basketball and the hockey, and now it's time to talk multiplayer battle arena games. I understand that much, and luckily Ilya is here because he's our resident e-gamer, and he's going to go through the rules of Dota. Now, if you're getting on a bit like me, and I don't want to say Alexei over there, we've only just come across this sort of thing, but thankfully Ilya, who's a few years younger, has been playing it for a very long time. Now, the concept is...
Well, hello there. First of all, I think Alexei here knows a thing or two about Dota, I suppose.
I do,
judging by talking to him about it. But the basics is, it's a 5 versus 5 game, where your main goal is to destroy your opponent's base. The main building, the Ancient. Well, the game is called Defense of the Ancient. So the game has over 100 characters, 100 items that can be combined in various ways. So each game is totally different.
OK, that's a good place to stop before you get too complicated. And in case you're not quite following what's been said, here's another explainer.
Welcome to the Games of the Future. The Dota 2 contest features 16 teams, each consisting of up to 6 athletes. The format of the game is 5 versus 5, plus 1 reserve player. Substitutions are possible between matches, but not between maps. In the case of a player injury or any other contingency, a substitution takes place immediately. Using cheats in the tournament is forbidden, and unsportsmanlike conduct is punishable by team disqualification. The tournament consists of 2 stages, group competitions and playoffs. The team that wins 2 rounds in a match wins. Only 12 teams will make it to the second stage. The group tournament is in the GSL format, while playoffs follow the Olympic system. Undefeated teams in the group stage go straight to the quarterfinals, while those with 1 loss on record compete in the last 16. Teams that lose both group stage matches are eliminated. Good luck, have fun.
Absolutely. Good luck, have fun. And they have been, because they're now through to the knockout stages, aren't they, Ilya, in the Dota competition? It's been running for the last 2 days.
Yeah, that's the first stage. Previously, we had the group stage of 2 days. Initially, the competition had 16 teams, and as a result, 4 of them were eliminated, mostly Russian teams, or CIS region teams, I'd say. Now, today, for now, we got the results for 2 games, or 2 matches, because this was more than just 1 game. First match was Winter Bear, the only Iranian team on the competition versus...
What a lovely name.
For an Iranian team, versus Neon Esports from Southeastern Asia. Well, sadly, Winter Bear were eliminated, well, 0-2-2. And the second match was Entity, European team, versus Beast Coast. Well, a big player from Peru. They actually were, I think, 6th on the last D International, the big championship.
And I mean, we just brought up the score there on the graphics for people. And looking at that team, you mentioned Beast Coast, just how big they are, if people don't know. They were established in 2017, and during that time, they've won $1.7 million in prize money, which is incredible.
And they're not going to stop.
And they're not going to stop. And if they win, you know, this time around, they're going to add to that total by quite a large amount, because the overall prize pool is something like $1 million in Kazan.
You know, Andy, when I came back from the Phygital Games in Kazan the last time, which was, I think, won by the Hydra team, which are already eliminated as far as I can see.
From the group stage.
So they won the previous competition in Kazan a few months back. I came back from the competition, I told my son, why are you playing Fortnite? I mean, you can make $2 million in Dota.
Something Fortnite
that's quite big, actually, also.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, that was the key game, wasn't it? And we're showing some clips from what happened. So just talk us through about what we're looking at.
Well, we're looking at a team fight between 2 teams. I think it's a Roshan pair. Well, an NPC that drops an item that can resurrect you from death. And here we see how Beast Coast tries to get into a close fight with Entity, but Entity kills them 1 by 1. Well, mostly because of their hero picks. Now we see how the Dire Ancient here falling. It's the first game, the first win, because Beast Coast lost.
And I'll just stop you there. So Dire Ancient is that ball of fire in the middle, and that's basically what you've got to destroy.
Yeah, this Taurus Soren, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and that's a fountain dive, a thing players usually do when they heavily dominate and they're almost winning. You know, just to mock your opponent, I think.
And there's a lot of characters on the screen there, and the teams are made up of how many? Five players in each team.
5 players.
And each player decides to choose a character.
Yes,
that
according
correct?
to his role in the team, because each character is played a certain way. Some are good at farming gold, acquiring items. Some are good at supporting those who are farming, and others have to provide support through early game by ganking from the middle lane. Well, just making that your carry, your main position, hero, doing all right, basically.
So like protecting the other. Essentially, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of tactics involved in that. Trust me. When I just first landed and started working at the tournament, I was thinking it's more slash and dash kind of thing. But then I overheard the conversations between the players, and there's a lot of like real serious tactical stuff in it involved.
Well, actually, players spend a lot of time thinking about their tactics. They're hero combinations, what they're going to pick, and what they're going to pick if their combinations are banned. Because
why would they be banned?
Well, the games are played in the format of captain mode. It's when the team captains choose in their turn which hero are to be picked for their team and which heroes are banned from the game. Well, because they know what heroes the opponent team is playing, what their strength, weaknesses. So yeah, usually picks, the initial phase can take up to 20 or 30 minutes, and sometimes even at that stage, you can say whether the team is going to lose the map or win it, just judging by the picks itself.
Sure. Okay. And these games can last up to 3 hours. Is that right?
Yeah, up to 3 hours. But a few months ago, I think last month, one of the teams participating in this tournament set a world record of 5.5 hours of game.
Was it just one game, one round?
Yeah,
or the whole game?
Just one map. One map,
yeah. Well, that's a long time.
Well, but it's only the first stage of knockouts. Tomorrow we'll have quarterfinals, where we'll see the leaders of the group stage. Such teams as LGD, Chinese Titans, been around for a long, long time. A very strong team. Well, they're my favorites. They will meet with Neon Esports, who eliminated Winter Bear, and Invictus Gaming, also Chinese team, very strong, to face Entity. The rest is to decide, because we've got one game ongoing, Azure versus Geek Fam. Azure, very strong team, and that's game is worth seeing. 100% sure. And later tonight we'll have Boom Esports versus Thunder Awaken.
Okay.
So yeah, Thunder Awaken were the finalists in that previous one, I think. They played against Hydra, as far as I remember.
At the last Phygital season. So actually that's an interesting thing to notice, that some of the teams, almost half of it, have Phygital experience in those terms, because the Phygital aspect of Dota, well, not forget that those Phygital games will be played in super finals. Teams that get to the finals will be able to choose a sport to participate against each other, not in cyberspace, but now physically on the arena. It might be basketball, football, or laser tag.
And this is in the later knockout stages?
Yep, that's after the finals, the next day.
Right, okay, so we've got that to look forward to. Elliot, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it, and I'm going to make sure you come back every time we talk about Dota.
Sure.
Because it helps us a lot. Now, to help you a bit further and to get you to know the teams that are involved, we have managed to talk to some of the players, and they've gone through their fears, their traditions, and their relationships in the team.
Всем привет, мы игроки команды Гидра.
Hola a todos, somos Thunder Awaken.
Venimos representando al equipo de Viscos de la disciplina de Dota 2.
I'm X-Nova from Team IG.
Всем привет, мы Liga Team.
Now we're going to play the Best Friend Challenge.
И мы примем участие в Best Friend Challenge.
Поехали.
Puse no mierda, porque no tiene maleta.
Pero es porque...
Muchas siempre ya tarde. Bostezando.
Cansado.
Tristán, porque tiene mucho miedo a las turbulencias así en el avión. Eres el que más así, se asusta. Ничего, обсуждать тут нечего, если честно. Я самый старый.
Я не знаю, кто ломал клавиатуру.
¿Ah, te llevaba?
Нет.
Papita. Sí, es nuestro coach y es el que más le gusta renegar, y su forma de demostrarlo es quizás golpeando un poco la mesa.
¿Cómo que lo mide? Дермао.
Дермао.
Я себе написал 4 слова.
Ударить по столу, а может и по клавиатуре.
Она дорогая.
Это наш тренер, он любит поспать.
Если я кого присыпал, возможно, я тоже Пару раз было. БЗЗ наш тренер, и он сейчас в Дубае, ему не до нас.
Что ты написал?
$20 стоит, за что я потратил.
Чувак все свои деньги донатил. Все, что у него было.
Себя напишу.
Мейджордоп.
¿Y por qué fue?
Confío en mis 5 para tener...
Я задрот инвокера, я не знаю.
Что, мог написать? Я Винтербер написал.
Ачпачмак.
Bueno, diría Thunder porque mi 4...
Давить на слабые места.
Ачпачмак фаворит этого турнира, поэтому... Как будто самая сильная команда на турнире в общем.
После нас.
Néstor.
Tipo cheers.
¿Qué? Te voy a celebrar durmiendo porque estar cansado después del juego de...
Supongo que el manager pondrá comida.
Поеду тусить.
Ну караоке, блин. Чё?
Что ты написал? Поеду на 13-й этаж.
It's really good to see some familiar faces there because those teams participated in earlier tournaments of Dota 2 in Kazan. But I have to say that's not only Dota we'll be covering, of course, it's also Warface, tanks and many other purely digital disciplines, I have to stress that, which are part of the Games of the Future in Kazan. Of course, throughout the next 2 weeks we'll be talking about all that in depth. What's your impression so far of Dota? Did you grasp the whole concept?
I'm getting better. No,
Listen, by the end of it, you'll be a champion.
I'm not at an impressive level, if that's what you're suggesting. But now I know what the base looks like, and I know what it looks like when it's destroyed, and I know that it takes a long time to play.
Right.
But I'm getting there.
The important thing is that we are closing in on the opening ceremony, the official opening ceremony of the Phygital Games of the Games of the Future in Kazan, and we have our very own correspondent Daniel Hawkins right now standing by to watch this opening ceremony. Danny, how is the atmosphere there? Is everything ready for the big one? Because I'm sure it's going to be a very colorful ceremony.
Yeah, it sure is going to be a colourful ceremony, and I have to tell you that Kazan, commonly known as Russia's third capital, is no stranger to hosting big events, football championships, World Cup events, swimming youth championships, the World Skills a couple of years back. This city really knows how to put on a party, but the scale and the planning that's got into the Phygital Games has really astonished many people. We've spoken to various foreign visitors and competitors who've come here, and they've said they simply didn't expect anything of this scale, a testament to just how many venues across the city will be hosting events, how many volunteers there are here, just the sheer scale of this. And of course, an event of this scale will require an opening ceremony of a big scale as well. We can't go into too much detail of what exactly we are to expect because, well, that will be spoiling the surprise. But I can tell you that viewers will be taken on a journey. We can certainly expect some performances in terms of music performances, sports performances. We'll be meeting, of course, some of the symbols and mascots and ambassadors of the Phygital Games from all the key events, all the key categories that are taking part. We'll get to see the main symbol, the main mascot of the event as well. There's so many VIP guests here as well. We've got heads of state, we've got ministers, deputy ministers, envoys, and of course we're going to have one to give a speech as well. I'm sure you can guess who that is, but certainly whatever we will see over the next 2 hours will take viewers on a fantastic journey across not only physical borders but across digital borders, merging the physical with the digital to take them through a gateway into the future. So it's certainly a spectacle that we can expect over the next 2 hours.
Yeah, and Dan, just explain where you are exactly, because it's the Kazan Expo, isn't it, Centre, which is a huge venue, and it's not just hosting the opening ceremony. Just describe what it's like there. I mean, how many journalists are there? How many people have turned up to cover this? And particularly for tonight, how many people will be in that venue watching?
Yeah, it's certainly a fantastic international exhibition, and as I say, it's hosted so many key events over the years, the Kazan Expo. It's got conference halls, I should say, sports arenas. It's got everything in this building. It looks rather empty behind me now, but that's because everybody's got into the building behind me to watch the opening ceremony. We're not allowed in because there's no cameras. Again, that would be giving the game away and spoiling the surprise, but it was packed here just minutes ago before we went live. Without a doubt, we've seen, as I said, all these VIP guests from Russia and beyond Russia's borders as well. They've been ushered inside, and people are ready to see a fantastic spectacle. There's going to be celebrities of Russian sport, the Russian music scene, former footballers, which you and Alexei in the studio are sure to recognize, famous bloggers here in Russia and beyond as well. So this is an event that really has received a lot of planning, a lot of promotion, and to many in Russia and beyond is sure to inspire, impress and astonish.
Dan, thank you so much. We'll be definitely getting in touch with you more and more often. Enjoy the opening ceremony. I'm sure it's going to be a spectacular one. And see you soon, my friend.
Thanks, Dan. I like what he said about, you know, all the VIP personalities turning up. Unfortunately, it's not open to the public, is it, this one? And it's often the case with ceremonies. But we will have the second best seat for you to enjoy that spectacle. It's going to be 2 hours long. And if you... and I know you have been to other Olympics covering events as well, the opening ceremony is always key, isn't it? And it's always about projecting a certain message about the games, trying to encapsulate what the particular games are about. And if you look what these games are about, it is all about technology, isn't it? So I think we're going to get something spectacular, and that's probably why they're trying to keep it under wraps.
I'm pretty sure of it, for the very simple reason. I've been to, let's say, lower-scale phygital events in Kazan, in that particular arena. First of all, it's a huge one. I mean, it's... sometimes it takes you 10, 15 minutes to walk from one building to another just because of just how much space and territory there is at Kazan Expo. Secondly, you know, what I've witnessed there is the high-fidelity sound, the absolutely incredible video equipment, the graphics equipment, the laser equipment. So if they are keeping a very close secret as to what's actually going to be happening during these games, during the opening ceremony of the games, I'm sure it's going to be an absolute blast, considering what I saw there. So I'm a bit, you know, jealous in a good way of Dan and
well,
Tim.
we haven't got a bad seat. We haven't got a bad seat, have we really, here with the studio and all the cameras that will be streaming that live, and will be across it, of course. Now, in the meantime, something that isn't top secret is a new phygital centre that's opened up in Kazan. It's there to promote phygital sports. I hope we've given you an education today about exactly what it is, but Tim Kirby has been there.
Here we are, friends, at the Phygital Center, which opened just on the 20th of February, 2024, as in very recently. As you can see behind me, a lot of people are practicing their good old first-person shooters with the classic mouse and keyboard, just like I have at home. This is something probably familiar to you. Now, what's a little bit less familiar to me, we're going to show you right now as we move over to the world of soccer, also known as football. So here we have a setup of more PlayStations than I've ever seen in one position as the men here are training up to play some soccer online, but they're playing, if you notice, they're playing 5-on-5, just like they will be physically. And if we go over here to the VR sector, we can see the other, more physical side of the digital world. And this is a lovely setup because very few people have this much space at home, especially and unfortunately me. But anyways, guys, we're going to go from the digital realm of Phygital to the physical realm of Phygital right now at the Phygital Center. All right, and so as we pass the locker room, which we won't be showing you, that's private, we can go out here to basically the sports area that represents all the sports that are, all the physical sports that are going to be happening. We've got some street basketball, your mini football, a whole workout zone here. So basically you can go from digital to physical just by walking out the back door. And that's pretty awesome.
Well, Tim, I mean, it's a great story, but it's actually the other way around. It's football, also known as soccer.
What would Ronaldinho call it?
Football, for sure.
I
for
hope.
Sure.
Fingers crossed, even though he's got our 10 teams everywhere, it seems, at the moment. Now, our tour of Kazan continues, because after Tim showed us that Phygital Centre, we can show you some more pictures of the venues that are hosting all these events in Kazan at the moment. And I think we can start with the IT Park, if you've got pictures of that.
It is one of the venues for the Games of the Future.
Battle Tanks is going to be based there, speedrun, sports programming also, so it's all the digital so we can go to the IT Park now and have a look, and this will be my first experience too, if we can see these pictures.
Well, trust me, the screens that I saw in this one are absolutely incredible.
So you've been here, Alexei, haven't you?
Yeah.
And you've been to the IT Park, so just describe what it's like. I mean, it looks vast from the opening pictures.
Again, I was astonished most of all, and then you can see this screen on the wall. The resolution is just incredible. I was thinking I should bring my own PlayStation, connect to that screen and do some FIFA or NHL or NBA games, because the quality of technology there is just nothing short of incredible. And I'm sure the athletes, the cyber athletes coming from all over the world to participate in any kind of events and sports activities, in particular these centers, they will be... Look at that one. Look at that one.
This is amazing.
The clarity of the video, the picture is just, I don't know. Maybe I'm sounding a little old, coming from the era when, we played Nintendo games, 8-bit graphics. And in a way, it's returning now, because I know a lot of kids like these games on cell phones, which have no graphics whatsoever.
Yeah.
But to me, coming from the generation when I saw the evolution of computer graphics, what I saw in the IT Park in Kazan is absolutely astonishing.
It's taken the breath away too, the officials there, including Dmitry Chernyshenko, who's the Deputy Prime Minister and very much a leader in promoting phygital sports in Russia and now globally too. OK, so that was our tour of the IT Park. Very good it was too. And next up is the Uram Park, where BMX and indoor cycling is taking place. Have you been to this one, Alex?
No, unfortunately not, because the competitions which were taking place there in the course of the Phygital build-up, I would say, they took place a little earlier than my first arrival to this particular tournament. But I know that some of the people who worked with me at the Dota 2 tournament, they also covered the skateboarding and the BMX parts of the Phygital games, and they were also quite astonished with that venue. But I'm pretty sure, again, Kazan is very well experienced in all matters concerning major international events with sports. Listen, if you remember the FIFA World Cup in Russia, I would say probably the best game in the whole of the World Cup was played in Kazan. It's France against Argentina. And everyone was astonished at just how well it was all organized. It was all in the streets and in the stadiums. Everything was so great.
But you can see the range of sports there. I mean, this is the BMX venue too. Dmitry Chernyshenko again there, as we mentioned earlier, having a tour of Kazan.
And that is the sports minister of Russia, by the way, Mr. Matitsin, on the left. Yeah.
So, I mean, it is vast, isn't it? When you see these pictures, you understand the scale. I mean, this is not a small event when you say Phygital. You're not just talking about somebody, a couple of people on a computer and then they nip outside to the field and have a game of whatever. This is major stuff, really, and at a very high level in terms of the teams that are coming. All professional athletes. In terms of the facilities, I don't think you can get much better than that. And I also saw there, I don't know if you noticed before they got to the BMX park, there was like a spinning. Did you see spinning? And this is a new concept now, particularly for training cyclists, because during the close season, they have to, a lot of them, depending on the budget, but a lot of them are training on stationary bikes like you saw there. It's boring. I've done it. It's really boring. So if you can add this virtual element to make it competitive, a huge screen, do virtual track cycling, put the events in there as well. It adds that competitive edge. And we're not just talking about, when we're talking about Phygital sport, we're not just talking like a one-off event where people come to compete. It's about using the technology that's here now today to really help sport develop. And I think cycling is a really good example of what can be done. Unfortunately, it wasn't really covered today, and I looked at the prize money, and it is one of the smaller events, but I think it is a very good example of what you can achieve with the technology that is available. Anyway, that's my rant about cycling.
No, I got it. I think one of the key points, again, to emphasize here is that every major sporting tournament, whether that's Euro, a World Cup, or an ice hockey championship, or a basketball World Series, whatever, it involves, obviously, the construction of certain infrastructure, which is there to stay. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure in the case of Kazan, the Uran Park for physical activities and the IT Park will be used for years and years to come.
And they're
so
indoor
it's not like, you know, you build it and then you... rebuild it, you deconstruct it, and
I mean, there will be people queuing up to use this.
Of course.
Now, we've got some news because the opening ceremony is getting ready to start. Not quite yet, looking at the pictures closely, but we had a little glimpse there. That's more than anybody else has had so far today, because it's all top secret. It will go on for 2 hours. It's all VIP only, so of course we have to stay here. But we've got a very good second best seat, I think, and we'll be keeping you up to date on what's happening. What are we expecting from this ceremony? I mean, there's a lot of guesswork. So we've got big names, big celebrities. We're thinking lots of technology, flashing lights, trapeze artists.
Listen, the thing is, I do know a few details about what will be happening there, but obviously I cannot reveal them, not to spoil the surprise. It will involve a lot of technology, a lot of lighting, because that's what the games of the future are all about. I mean, if you've seen the phygital basketball games, you've seen how different the really court is with, you know, the motion tracking and all these kind of things. So we'll see a lot of that at the opening ceremony. But then again, you know, I'm thinking about opening ceremonies in general. It's one of the hardest things to direct. It's one of the hardest events to send a certain message, whether it's continuity of history, choreography.
Goes on for months. I remember being at the London 2012 games, and I was there a lot earlier, and you saw the people who were taking part, getting back on the tube, all in their clobber that they were going to wear in the games in 3 or 4 months' time. And I was thinking, who are these guys? But it turns out, you know, it's all part of the preparation. You're absolutely right. The amount of time and effort, and again, scrutinising by detail the timing of all these events, the time that everybody has to leave the stage, another person goes back on, is immense. So fair play. It's going to be a big spectacle, and when you're watching it, you shouldn't be underestimating how much effort goes into producing something like this.
But then again, even from the ideological standpoint, the last biggie that I was at was the opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics in 2022. And, you know, the idea was to tell the history of China over centuries, and it's one of the oldest states and countries around, which the director of that particular opening ceremony did excellently well, and it was thoroughly enjoyable and understandable. Here we have something absolutely new, so you have to send a very new message, because this is the first time the world sees the international games of the future.
Well,
I do wonder what that message will be.
It's being held in a city that's 1,000 years old or just over. I mean, it's quite a contrast, isn't it? That you've got this sort of cutting-edge technology in a city that's developed over the last 1,000 years. I mean, it tells a story in itself.
That's true. But I really do wonder what kind of message they will be sending, because, you know, as they say, you have to know your past in order to know the future. Whether a lot of past will actually be involved in that opening ceremony, because it's all going to be super digital and super pretty. I'm pretty sure of that. If you've seen the promos and all the videos coming from Kazan about the phygital games, it basically combines not only just the sports, the physical and the digital aspects of it, but in many ways the past and the future.
Well, and certainly the future, because if you look at the average age of people that are in the promo videos, there's not many people that look like me.
And me. That's true.
So that's obviously the direction of these games, and the production's been excellent so far, so I should imagine that what we're about to see over the next 2 hours will be no less impressive. We are still waiting. It was going to start, we thought, at about 7 o'clock, so we're running over time a bit, 20 minutes, but we do expect this to start pretty soon. We've got heads of state there. President Putin is due to speak. We understand possibly the presidents of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan will also be there, among others. Is there anyone in particular that you're looking forward to seeing? I mean, you were rattling off some names earlier. Some people have been messaging you about what's going on in Kazan. Have you got any inside info?
No, and that's as what comes for the people. I don't really know who will be participating in, you know, in the opening ceremony, but I'm pretty sure there will be dancers and singers, because Kazan and Tatarstan in general are very famous for their artistic part. I mean, if you look at the many thousands of years of history, or rather 1,000 years of history of this particular city and, you know, the local population, they do have a very rich cultural heritage. All be digital, but considering we have so many VIPs and the heads of state, so they will have to incorporate the past and the future to make it work. And I'm pretty sure the cultural aspect will be very strong, but I have no idea who will be performing, which dancer is going to be dancing, which singer is going to be singing, because again, everything, pretty much everything has been kept under wraps as a big secret. I'll tell you more, when the Sochi Olympics were opening 10 years ago, I knew a lot more about what we shall see.
It's interesting, isn't it? I'm certainly, when I was trying to read up on this, all I read was, this is, you know, shrouded in secrecy, this is top secret, nothing's been said about it. And it has to be one of the closest secrets that have been kept in terms of opening ceremonies, because normally, as you say, something comes out, we have normally an expose in some tabloid telling you everything that's going to happen by the minute, but nothing like that has happened, or nothing like that has come out of Kazan. So we're still waiting with bated breath. Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? Although it gives us a little to talk about. So we do wish that this would start soon so we can all see if we're correct with our predictions. If we want to just talk about the games now and what's happened so far, so where are we at? So today is the official opening of the games, although some events have taken place over the last couple of days. So we've seen the Fidgetal Hockey reach the last 4. So the semi-finals will start soon. Tomorrow. Yep. We've got the Fidgetal Basketball. The group stages have started, and we've enjoyed that this afternoon. And also Dota, which is the major multiplayer battle arena game. Getting it right now. That's through to the knockout stages too. And then we have other games that have happened. I think what is it? The World of Tanks, Warface. First-person shooter game. So things are getting underway. So don't be confused if you see this as the opening ceremony and then think, hang on, these guys have been talking about events that have happened over the last couple of days, because this often happens at an Olympics or a major games. There's particularly football, for example, at the Olympics, that always starts a couple of days before the main opening ceremony. So
I'm pretty sure football starts this week as well, since I spoke to my Cameroonian friends, and they...
It does, yeah, in a couple of days' time, I think. This is one I am particularly looking forward to. Out of what you've seen, is there anything that's impressed you the most that perhaps you weren't expecting, because you have covered the qualifiers for these games of the future, so you know nothing is brand new to you. Like for me, I'm looking at it going, that's a pretty impressive graphic. But for you, is there anything that stood out? Is there anything different happening now compared to the qualifiers?
Well, I got to tell you, since ice hockey has become part of my life now, very much often because I work at an ice hockey club in Russia. I'm really enjoying the ice hockey tournament. I think it's unpredictable. I think it's very dynamic. What Tim talked about us earlier, how different it is from the actual world of ice hockey. And why not listen to an interview with an ice hockey player again? Because I think he had a few very good points in there. Can we roll on that, please?
Okay,
all right, you got me. So. Okay, friends, let's take a look at the games from the inside with our new friend. Could you tell us, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Marek. Nice to meet you.
And Marek, where are you from?
I'm from Czech Republic.
Really? So you came all the way out here from the Czech Republic? That must have been one heck of a set of flights.
Yeah, it took like 12 hours, so it was a long trip.
So how did you get into this whole Fidgetal sports thing, the hockey with the video games? How'd you come into this world here?
Yeah, we got an invitation from our friends, so we never heard about something like this. So we just want to come and like play hockey, you know. So, and the system with the Fidgetal is like something like unique for us.
I noticed that your team is called Inter, and I could see sort of by like the top of your chest, you guys have different flags. So how did this team come about? Who created it?
Yeah, it's like we want to like do it like international. So we had like guys from like whole country, from the world, and yeah, we just want to come and play hockey.
So were you either a pro or an amateur hockey player back home, or where did what's your hockey background?
Like I'm a pro hockey player. I play like 8 years like in other countries, so I'm like traveling and playing hockey around the world. So this is something like what we have like from the boys from team together.
Yeah, well, then it kind of begs the question, like I play American football, and I could do a lot with American football. Now play the video games, that I can't do. So did you have to like study up specially to play the games, or how does that work?
Yeah, we find out that we're gonna have to beat them like in Digital, so everybody had to buy a PlayStation and play NHL every game, you know, to be better. But like, as I say, like the level of the guys here are very good. They are good Digital players and also hockey players. So we need to like practice more, like to be better next season, next year.
Well, see, there's some minor nuances, but anyways, thank you very much for giving us your time, and back to you in the studio.
Okay, we're listening to an interview there with Marek Malinsky. He plays for Inter. Unfortunately, they did lose 4-13 to Cosmos earlier today, highlighting the point that he made. They need to get better at the digital, which is something we've been saying, you know, all day, haven't we?
Yeah, right. That's what the future is. I mean, we were discussing earlier today with a couple of colleagues that, okay, this is the first time something like this is held. But think about it in, let's say, 10 years, when the whole generation grows up of athletes who understand that they have to be good in both the digital and the phygital. That's when it will be particularly interesting.
It will be. Gone will be the days that you see people who play consoles looking a bit out of shape and, you know, maybe...
Right.
a bit pale, whatever it is. These will be proper athletes that, you know, because they have to compete on the physical stage too. I think it will be a process of natural selection eventually, won't it? Because you will not win at Digital if you can't, you know.
In a way, yeah.
If you're not 2 meters tall.
One of the guys, I do believe that was from a Belarusian football team at the football tournament at Digital a couple of months back. He actually told me an interesting thought that, you know, there are stereotypes that players of digital sports or cyber sports, they're like unmovable geeks. They just sit on there and just play. It's like this no longer will be an option, because if you want to be a digital athlete, you'll have to both run and jump and train and work out, and you have to be very strong with your joypad in your hands. So these kind of stereotypes will sink in the past. That's what the idea is, I think, of the whole games. And you know, that's what we see on the screen, basically.
Can you remember the first video game that you played, Alexei?
Oh, easy. It was
I'll try and date you from this.
It was Tetris.
Tetris?
Oh, of course.
That's a good film, actually.
Come
Did you see
on.
the film and how that came about?
I want to see it,
I recommend watching that film. But it sort of originated in Russia, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, a Russian inventor created whatever. An IT specialist of those days created Tetris, but it's one of those games which is not just about, you know, the video aspect of it, but rather improving your logic, your way of thinking. And I was a class champion in Tetris. And you know, there's a joke actually. If you are proficient in Tetris, you will never have a problem loading your dishwasher, because you will always stack the plates in the right order, just like you did in Tetris. So that's the whole thing. But on a serious level, I think the first game I played to the point that I enjoyed it so much was Super Mario.
Super Mario?
Yeah.
I remember that.
8-bit, Nintendo. Yeah.
And also on the Commodore 64, I remember.
Oh my God, Commodore, oh my God.
I'm sorry, I'm going to take you back further than that.
So that was your first game?
ZX81, remember that? You won't even remember a ZX81. I played a game called Monster Maze, right?
Right.
And ZX81, the memory was so small, I had to buy a 16K RAM pack and put it on. But that was so heavy that basically I then had to sellotape that to the computer to keep the whole thing going. And you just went around this pixelated maze, and at some point you'd bump into a monster and then you'd die. Well, that was my introduction to...
I hate to break it to you, but times have changed. You will not see anything like that now.
I think I've turned into that monster in the maze. That's what it feels like. OK, well, if you're wondering what on earth we're talking about, we're waiting for the start of the opening ceremony of the Games of the Future. That was due to start at 7 o'clock, so it's not just you, it's not your clock that is wrong, it is about half an hour late. But we are expecting big things this evening. It's going to be a 2-hour spectacle. VIPs are packing the Kazan Expo, which is the venue where it's being held. Do you remember how many people they could fit into the Expo Centre?
I won't give you the exact number, not to mislead you, but hundreds for sure. It's not thousands, I would say. At least if that's the hall I'm thinking of, because I'm not quite sure it's being held there, it's quite spacious. Because I do remember vividly the whole, the exhibition hall, the main area where the Dota tournament was taking place. And to my estimation, 400 or 500 people would definitely fit in there. but I'm not sure if that's the one. It might be a different one. Again, have you ever been to the Kazan Expo?
I haven't, no. No, this is
a huge territory. I do remember a few years back, me and a number of colleagues, we worked at the World Skills event there at Expo, and by the end of the day, we would go back to our hotel rooms and just lay flat because you would walk all day, and it takes you, again, 10, 15 minutes to get from one point to another. And, you know, from purely geographical point of view, it's a very convenient space to hold such a major event in. I don't remember exactly which occasion led to the construction of Expo, but I think Kazan was in the running for the Expo. But overall, it is a really good place to have such an event.
Yeah, okay.
Any large scale
Well, that's a good place to end because we can now go to the ceremony. So let's enjoy this spectacle. It's been under wraps for a long time, but now the secret is about to be outed.
Let's go.
The future is development.
The future is development.
Будущее – это знание. The future is knowledge.
Будущее – это гармония.
The future is harmony.
Гармония. Будущность – гармония. Будущее –
The future is opportunities.
未来充满着机遇。Будущее – это технологии.
The future is technology.
El futuro es la tecnología.
Будущее – это любовь.
The future is love.
Es amor.
المستقبل هو الحب.
Будущее – это прорыв.
The future is breakthrough.
Будущность – это реалова. Будущее – это спорт.
The future is sport.
体育是我们的未来。未来就是我们。будущее – это мы。
The future is us.
Добро пожаловать в Казань.
Welcome to Kazan,
Уникальные соревнования.
to unique competition at the intersection of physical and digital worlds, the games of the future. All competitions at the games of future require skill and knowledge. Sports are divided into challenges. So here we are, the heroes of the challenges, the keepers of secret skills and valuable rewards. We'll be navigating you in the games of future, in the world of digital. Are you ready to learn more about each challenge? Then let's go! Hi, my nickname is Strata. I will teach you to think several steps ahead. With my help, you will dive into the world of mobile games and level up your skills for epic battles in the Battle Tank Simulator. My ultimate goal: destroy the throne, or fight in the real battles of endurance and ingenuity. Here is the invite to my challenge. See you at the Super Final. Hi there, those who love the spirit of competition and taste of victory. I'm Iwan, and I will take you into the world of sports challenge. Here are 8 digital disciplines. Classic sports and digital alternatives cannot exist there without training, so do it once and do it twice. And now you're building up strength and power. Combined scoring at the digital and physical stages will help us find the strongest in sports of the future. Come and join us. It will be exciting and galvanizing.
Приготовьтесь к ледовым и виртуальным.
Get ready for the real and virtual battles in the digital ice hockey.
Станьте лучшими в фиджитал-баскетболе.
You can become the best in the digital basketball.
Легко выходите на болевой, а потом
You can easily go for a joint lock and then another one in a game in a digital fighting.
укротите свой байк в фиджитал.
Team your bike and digital BMX and digital cycling.
Удивляйте всех новыми трюками.
Surprise everyone with the new tricks in digital skateboarding. Be the first at the finish line in the digital racing. Hold on tight and put the pedal to the metal. Let your rivals burn the digital rubber trying to catch up with you. Speed is your best partner. Real racetracks and virtual sports arenas are longing for their champions. Hi, I'm Turbo, and my challenge is speedrun. If you, like me, started gaming on retro consoles, then we'll be friends. So let's see who is faster. No one can catch me. Even now, as you are talking to my digital avatar, a split second, and now, right behind you. See you at the cyber arenas where we'll compete in speedrunning classic games. Hi, I'm Cash A, and I'll tell you about the tactical challenge. The disciplines of my challenge require speed, but what is more important is the ability to work in a team and choose right tactics. So get ready for some serious challenges. Now, to win, you must be good not only with a computer mouse, but also with a laser gun. It is time to get out of your chairs and show who is the boss here. I'm Electra, and this is my challenge. Drones that pass aerial obstacle courses and robots from different countries will gather at the stadium in a fight for your lives. But behind every technology, there are people, programmers, engineers, VR developers. Only together, they will bring harmony to our world, and at the Games of the Future, they will compete for the trophy. Cyberphysics will show an incredible fusion of human and technology. in the virtual reality games, you'll become a winner in the 9th dimension. Rhythm Simulator will unlock new dance heroes. Come on, try to outdance me and show me what you got there. The battle of robots will show the full scale and magnitude of the rise of the machines. Okay, Legend 17 and Red Horn are here in the Games of the Future of 2024. And who will become the stronger in this battle? Red Horn is studying the attack and trying to get over its opponent. Red Horn is going to push down his opponent, but the other one is trying to hit it on the side. But again, there is no damage. They are just hitting each other very hard, and the Red Horn is get back on track. And Legend 17 is losing part of its armor, but let's see how it will affect their fight. I think the Red Horn is dominating the fight, but, well, there is still a chance. The Legend 17, you have to do something. But it's very hard when you're in a corner to suppress your opponent, but he's got some power to change the situation. Legend 17 is not letting his opponent come close. And he's got the same number as the great ice hockey player, Arlamov. He's trying to get over and to put some effort trying to hit him hard. But it's hard to prevail in this fight. The real gladiators keep on fighting, and it's still not clear who will become the winner in this fight. Legend 17 is trying to flip over his opponent, but he's got no chance. Red Horn is showing some strength and power. A lot of sparkles, a lot of spare parts that just falling off the machines, and we see that Red Horn has been flipped over, but still on his track, on the caterpillars, but still you see an incredible fight that you can see only here in the Games of the Future. So we invite to the world of the Games of the Future. The competitions in a completely new format, where traditional and digital sports bring people together from around the globe. The history of the digital games era begins tonight here in Kazan. And if you're ready, then let's go. Harmony is the most powerful energy of creation, capable of uniting peoples, universes, and maintaining the balance of the world. With the development of technology, people began to immerse more into the virtual worlds, forgetting about the physical one, dooming harmony to fade away. In order to restore balance, Harmony was reborn as the firebird Mira. Mira went through the universes in search of heroes who would bring back the lost energy. And Mira selected the 5 strongest representatives and gathered them at the Cube of Councils. As they acquired unique powers, they became the guardians of Harmony, whose task is to protect and maintain balance. The Council decided to hold a tournament, the winner of which will spread harmony throughout the world. And for this purpose, the cube transformed a particle of harmony into a flame, an ancient artifact for collecting energy. The Guardians chose a place for the tournament, the city with the strongest continuity of energy. It is here that millions of spectators and the strongest athletes will take part in the greatest games of all time to determine the worthy and restore the balance of the worlds. Let the future games, the Games of the Future, begin.
Дамы и господа, исполняется государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Просим всех встать.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem
of the Russian Federation.
Россия священная наша держава, Россия любимая наша страна.
Могучая воля, великая слава, твое достояние на все времена. Славься, Отечество, наше свободное, братских народов союз вековой, предками данная, мудрость народная. Славься, страна, мы гордимся тобой.
От южных морей до полярного края раскинулись наши леса и поля.
Одна ты на свете, одна ты такая, хранимая Богом родная земля. Славься, Отечество, наше свободное, братских народов союз вековой, предками данная, мудрость народная. Славься, страна, мы гордимся тобой. Широкий простор для мечты и для жизни, грядущие нам открывают года. Нам силу дает наша верность отчизне. Так было, так есть и так будет всегда. Славься, Отечество, наше свободное, братских народов союз вековой, предками данная, мудрость народная. Славься, страна, мы гордимся
Дамы и господа, президент Российской Федерации Владимир Путин.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin.
Уважаемые участники
Dear
турнира,
participants of the tournament,
уважаемые
honorable
зарубежные
foreign
гости и
guests
главы
and
делегаций,
heads of delegation,
дамы и господа,
ladies and
друзья,
gentlemen, friends,
рад
I'm
приветствовать в
happy to
России
welcome to
пионеров
Russia
фиджитал
the
спорта,
pioneers of digital sports,
абсолютно нового
a brand
инновационного
new
формата,
innovative
который
format,
определил
which
само
gave
название
the very name to
предстоящих
this
соревнований.
competition.
Это
Indeed,
действительно игры
these are the
будущего.
games of the future.
Сплетение традиций
They
и
are a
современности,
combination of traditions and
гармония
modern reality,
физического
a
совершенства
harmony of
и
physical
высокого
perfection
интеллекта,
and
единство
intelligence,
спорта и
sports
технологий,
and technology,
просвещения
education
и
and
науки.
science
Все
brought
это
together.
необходимо
This
человеку
is
для
all
всестороннего
humanity
развития
needs
и
to achieve
успеха
success
в
and
нашу
comprehensive
эпоху
development in
стремительных
today's
изменений.
fast-changing environment.
в том многогранном, многополярном, свободном и конкурентном мире, который формируется на наших глазах. Закономерно, что идея объединить классический киберспорт была рождена в России. Наша страна была и остается одной из ведущих спортивных держав планеты, родиной великих атлетов, побед и рекордов. Мы всегда выступали за продвижение спорта и его высоких гуманистических ценностей. Игры будущего — наш мировой спортивный символ. Но Россия — это еще и земля великих ученых, конструкторов, инженеров. Их достижения раскрывали человечеству новые горизонты познания. А сегодня наши исследовательские компании достигают вершин в цифровых технологиях и применении искусственного интеллекта в сферах, которые находятся на переднем крае прогресса. И, конечно, испокон веков Россия славится своей щедростью и гостеприимством. Всегда готова радушно принять друзей, устроить для них большой красочный праздник, в том числе и праздник спорта. Мы гордимся высочайшим уровнем организации самых ярких, масштабных международных спортивных соревнований. И многие из них прошли именно здесь, в Казани. Этот город, как и весь Татарстан, в полной мере соответствует содержанию, духу игр будущего. Самобытный, многонациональный, богатый культурами разных народов, он свято хранит наследие предков. И при этом всегда открыт новому, смело берется за самые сложные, новаторские проекты и блестяще их выполняет. Спортивная сфера один из примеров. Созданные в Татарстане мировым первенством спорткомплексы и арены, широко востребованы людьми всех возрастов, служат массовому спорту, развитию которого в России уделяется огромное внимание. Это один из государственных наших приоритетов. Уверен, число наиболее популярных всенародных видов активного досуга российской граждан обязательно войдет и диджитал. Актуальный, зрелищный, динамичный, способен вдохновлять интерес к физической культуре и здоровому образу жизни у людей всех поколений. И, конечно, у детей и молодежи. В этом для нас особая ценность игр будущего.
Value the games of the future. It is equally important that they affirm the fundamental principles of sports, solidarity of countries and people of the world, equality of all athletes, and fair play. The games of the future are non-politicized and free from any discrimination and double standards. I'm sure that the games will celebrate true sports. 2,000 athletes from over 100 countries will demonstrate excellence, endurance, and determination to win. There is no doubt that competitions among the best of the best will become a truly breathtaking event, win people's hearts, as well as light new bright stars. The international digital event will turn a new page in the modern sports history. And we are writing it right now and right here in Russia. Good luck to you all.
Дорогие друзья,
Friends,
с вашего разрешения,
if you permit,
хочу попросить
I would like to
моих коллег, наших друзей,
invite my colleagues, my friends,
в связи с открытием сегодняшних игр.
Speak up on the occasion of the inauguration of this event.
Наперед у будущеню, сябры.
Құрметті Ресейдің президенті Владимир Владимирович, ең алдымен сізге үлкен ризашылығымды білдіргім келеді. Бұл ойын бірегей ойын. Дүние жүзінде бұндай ойын жоқ. Сондықтан баршаңызға сәттілік тілеймін. Я благодарю уважаемого Владимира Владимировича за проведение этих игр.
Vladimir Putin, His Excellency, for hosting these unique events, the Games of the Future, which is unparalleled. And I wish every success to the participants. Let's host the next Games in Kazakhstan.
Урматтуу келечек ойындары турниринин катышуучулары, спорт дүйнөнүн элчиси, спорт бул ден соолуктун булагы деп жөн жеринен айтылган эмес. Ошондуктан баарыңыздарга биринчи кезекте ынтымак, экинчи кезекте ден соолук каалаймын. Спортто дайыма күчтүүлөр жеңет, күчтүүңөр жеңгиле. Баарыңыздарга ийгилик каалаймын. Пусть победят сильнейшие.
Let the strongest win.
پیشاسامامان خودی تشبسکار و پیشاهنگ این چهارمین سطح جهانی پرزیدنت جمهوری کشور بزرگ روسیه دوست و برادر ما پوتین ولادیمیر ولادیمیرویچ و این چهارمینی تبریک میگویم با اون که سلامتی و عمر دراز آرزومند هستم. دیگر با تمامی ورزشکاران، اشتراک کنندگان، نمایندگان همه کشورهای جهان از جمله تاجیکستان موفقیت و پیروزی میخوام. سلامت باشید.
Aziz do'stlar, bugun mana shunday katta anjumanni hurmatli Rossiya prezidenti Putin Vladimir Vladimirovich tashabbusi bilan o'tkazayotgani haqiqatda bu dunyoda bu birinchi va men hamma uchrashuv birinchi mana shu kelajak o'yinlar uchrashuvlarini tabriklayman va Rossiya xalqini ham mana shu katta bayram bilan tabriklayman va bugun Vladimir Vladimirovich aytdi, mana shu Qozonda katta tadbirlar o'tayapti va Qozon xalqini, yoshlarini mana shunday bayram bilan ham alohida tabriklamoqchiman va bugun bu musobaqalarda O'zbekiston yoshlari ham qatnashyapti. Ularga ham men omad tilayman va omadlaring hammalaringga yor bo'lsin. Katta rahmat sizlarga. Ya еще раз
Again, with all my heart and congratulate His Excellency Vladimir Putin on this initiative, because this initiative is the first time the world sports community holds such an initiative. It is a new area, and I wish every success to this type of sports. Russia begins, and I hope my colleagues will support me step by step. We will hold the next games in Kazakhstan in 2026. We will be ready to host the games in Uzbekistan.
Дорогие друзья,
friends,
большое спасибо. В добрый час.
Thank you. Good luck to you all.
Дамы и господа, встречайте страны-участницы игр будущего.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet the participating countries of the Games of the Future.
Австралия.
Australia.
Австрия.
Austria.
Азербайджан.
Azerbaijan.
Алжир.
Algeria.
Ангола.
Angola.
Аргентина.
Argentina.
Армения.
Armenia.
Бахрейн.
Bahrain.
Беларусь.
Belarus.
Бельгия.
Belgium.
Бенин.
Benin.
Болгария.
Bulgaria.
Боливия.
Bolivia.
Босния и Герцеговина.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Ботсвана.
Botswana.
Бразилия.
Brazil.
Великобритания.
United Kingdom.
Венгрия.
Hungary.
Венесуэла.
Venezuela.
Вьетнам.
Vietnam.
Гаити.
Haiti.
Гайана.
Guyana.
Гана.
Ghana.
Гватемала.
Guatemala.
Германия.
Germany.
Гондурас.
Honduras.
Греция.
Greece.
Грузия.
Georgia.
Дания.
Denmark.
Египет.
Egypt.
Замбия.
Zambia.
Зимбабве.
Zimbabwe.
Индия.
India.
Индонезия. Индонезия.
Indonesia.
Иордания.
Jordan.
Ирак.
Iraq.
Иран.
Iran.
Испания.
Spain.
Италия.
Italy.
Йемен.
Yemen.
Казахстан.
Kazakhstan.
Камбоджа.
Cambodia.
Камерун.
Cameroon.
Канада.
Canada.
Кипр.
Cyprus.
Киргизия.
Kyrgyzstan.
Китай.
China.
Колумбия.
Colombia.
Республика Конго.
Republic of the Congo.
Республика Корея.
Republic of Korea.
Кот-д'Ивуар.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Куба.
Cuba.
Кувейт.
Kuwait.
Лаосская Народно-Демократическая Республика.
Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Латвия.
Latvia.
Ливан.
Lebanon.
Мавритания.
Mauritania.
Мадагаскар.
Madagascar.
Малайзия.
Malaysia.
Мали.
Mali.
Мексика.
Mexico.
Республика Молдова.
Republic of Moldova.
Монголия.
Mongolia.
Мьянма.
Myanmar.
Намибия.
Namibia.
Нигерия.
Nigeria.
Нидерланды.
Netherlands.
Новая Зеландия.
New Zealand.
Объединенные Арабские Эмираты.
United Arab Emirates.
Оман.
Oman.
Пакистан.
Pakistan.
Палестина.
Palestine.
Парагвай.
Paraguay.
Перу.
Peru.
Португалия.
Portugal.
Руанда.
Rwanda.
Румыния.
Romania.
Саудовская Аравия.
Saudi Arabia.
Северная Македония.
North Macedonia.
Сербия.
Serbia.
Сингапур.
Singapore.
Сирийская Арабская Республика.
Syrian Arab Republic.
Словакия.
Slovakia.
Словения.
Slovenia.
Соединенные Штаты Америки.
United States of America.
Таджикистан.
Tajikistan.
Таиланд.
Thailand.
Танзания.
Tanzania.
Тунис.
Tunisia.
Туркменистан.
Turkmenistan.
Турция.
Turkey.
Уганда.
Uganda.
Узбекистан.
Uzbekistan.
Уругвай.
Uruguay.
Филиппины.
Philippines.
Финляндия.
Finland.
Франция.
France.
Хорватия.
Croatia.
Центральноафриканская республика.
Central African Republic.
Черногория.
Montenegro.
Чехия.
Czechia.
Чили.
Chile.
Эквадор.
Ecuador.
Эстония.
Estonia.
Эфиопия.
Ethiopia.
Южноафриканская республика.
South Africa.
Российская Федерация.
Russian Federation.
Россия.
Russia. Kazan.
Наши дни.
Present days.
Привет.
Hi.
Я уже думал, ты не придешь.
I thought you would come. Well, I saw you were online and decided to join. Isn't there anything better than beating you again? Well, I missed you too.
Подготовиться к играм будущего.
I want to properly get ready for the games of the future. Will you help me? Sure. It's really cool, that digital stuff, and right into dimensions. Let's play then.
Какую карту берем?
Which map should we choose? Well, something from the future. Well, the future is big. Then, how about Russia in future? Wouldn't it be interesting to look at our city in the future? Well, good choice. I would like to see it as well.
Привет, ребята.
Hi guys, we heard that you wanted to see Kazan in the future and we can help you. We'll take you on a rather unusual tour. Do you see that? Our in-game avatars are talking to me. Yeah, they look like real. That's some kind of a bug. Well, everything is much more real than you think. Just press enter and jump into our digital world. Go ahead. That is a great chance to see Kazan in the future, and the next chance you'll have it when you turn 100 years old. Okay, let's load up the game.
Молодец.
Well done. The future is for brave and confident. Let's go.
Добро пожаловать в будущее.
Welcome to the future. Is it really Kazan? That's Kazan. The Kazan Kremlin is over there, and the family center is there, the Millennium Bridge. Well, I like Kazan in the future. I've only seen it in the sci-fi films. We've turned so much into reality. Air taxis, space elevators, tunnels for cars, in transport, robot assistants. Okay, let's go for a walk and look around. Well, this game is so realistic. I can't believe it. That's not a game. The city may be filled with interfaces that quickly connect you to the global network, but everything here is real. The cities have become more convenient, cleaner and smarter. And thanks to anti-gravity shoes, citizens have become more mobile and spend less time moving between different locations. Therefore, they have much more time for strolling around numerous parks and playing sports. I wish I could stay here for a while and see everything. But my dog is waiting for me at home, and no one will walk with it except me. Good job, you remember about that. But in the future, if you forget to walk your dog, it will remind you. Now, will it come up to me and say, "Hey, sweetheart, it's time to go for a walk"? Well, you'll see it. Irina Sergeyevna, my dear, no rush. We are not in a hurry. Keep your heart rate moderate. Well done. 145 years is no reason to slack off. Be more active. Just a bit more. Here is our personal fitness robot dog. And my dog can only ask for food, you know? And one more. Okay, have a break and go for the breathing exercises. We'll do some conventional exercise in 3 rounds. And I'll catch up with your husband before he goes too far with the workout. No Pilates while I'm gone. And don't listen to other dogs. I'll be right back. Our robot dog is not a dog you play with, it's a real assistant. Dogs that bring the food and some other stuff, police officers, firefighters, rescuers, doctors, even scientists. So do robots do all the work for people now? Of course not, but they help us a lot. And track our mood and physical fitness and organize leisure time using smart algorithms. And do you have only these type of robo-Raxes now? Are there real ones? Of course. Nothing can replace a real dog. But you cannot do without robots anymore. We got used so much to them. Just don't forget charging them from time to time, just like my dog. It won't even give you its paw until you fit it. Look, he likes you. How do you know? It gave off a lavender scent. Well, robot dogs are our real companions in everything, even in dances. So, how do you like our robodogs? Talented, right? Sure, they're very talented, but it takes time to get used to it. Well, I see that you're zoning out a bit. No, just remember that I haven't finished my project in physics. Well, and I don't understand anything there. And it could be easily fixed in our digital library. Now, we learn throughout our entire life. We obtain up-to-date knowledge, competences, and skills. How can you learn throughout your life? It is so boring. Not at all. Learning is very easy. The Smart Assistant offers you the optimal learning format. And here in the data library, you can find absolutely any information. And now, instead of reading a book, you can talk to a holographic model of the author created by the artificial intelligence. And the model itself will talk about its works in great details and answer the questions. Can I talk to absolutely any famous person? Of course. What subjects are you struggling with? Exactly. With exact sciences. There is one brilliant woman who can help you. Sofia Kovalevskaya. She was the first female mathematician in Russia and the first female professor in the world. Loading now. Good evening, young gentlemen. Hello. Well, what should we start with? Rigid body dynamics, Weierstrass elliptic functions, or maybe Poincaré's method for determining curves by differential equations. Well, I just need to catch up on my maths. Okay, then you need an elementary algebra course. Let's check your level first. Tell me, sweetheart, what types of equations are there? Well, for me, there are difficult and not difficult. Well, square, maybe. Well, okay, not bad. And what else? Direct equations. Wait, they are called linear. Now we know your level. And to turn you into a mathematician, to train you, I think it will take about 50 hours. Agree? I'm ready to study with you even for 1,000 hours. Maybe you have some piece of advice for me. Only one. Don't be afraid of exact sciences. Everything complex is made up of simple parts. Bye. Thank you so much. Bye. You should have asked more questions. I got confused. It's so unusual to chat with a great scientist, even if it is a hologram. Now I just need to clear my head, you know? Okay, then you will need a philosopher. Do you want to talk to Confucius? Here we go. What worries you, my child? Well, I'm just thinking about how to process all the information I got here. Well, sometimes we see a lot, but don't notice the main thing. We have so much to do in the past. I don't even know where to start. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a one little step. Don't be afraid of change. Most often, they take place at that very moment when they are most needed. But how do I make this journey without mistakes? Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Goodbye. Did you like it? If we had such digital libraries, I would live there forever. So what would you like to do in the future? Well, I want to invent something useful, something necessary, so later it would be named after me. Well, I have a great role model for you that will inspire you for invention. The scientist and inventor Nikola Tesla. Hello. What should I tell you about? About alternating current, multi-phase systems, or the operation of the asynchronous electric motor? I wanted to know how to become a great inventor. The most important thing is that you should not work for the present, but you should aim at the future. They might call you a dreamer or laugh at your ideas, but the only time will tell us who is right. Is there some kind of a life hack? Well, you can sleep for 2-3 hours a day like me, or you won't have time to do much. I'm afraid it might be problematic. Professor, as the inventor of alternating current, could you finally explain me what it is? Well, it's very simple. Alternating current is the ordered movement of charged particles. Or, to put it in other words, electric current that changes its direction and magnitude over time according to a certain law with a given frequency. That is what ensures, for example, uninterrupted power supply to modern houses. There is also direct current, but you'd better ask Thomas Edison about that. They say he understands it better. Thank you. I'll definitely ask him about that. Well, if there are no questions, then I have to go. I have a lot of work to do. All the best, young man. Thank you very much, Professor. Well, that's enough for me today. Just like my smartphone says, I'm fully charged. That's right, it's important to alternate study and rest. We are not robots. I'm sure your friend is also impressed. Where is she now? Well, she's definitely not bored. I think she must be visiting just a regular medical center now. Huh, do you still take the receipts and take the tickets at the reception? Well, my granny told me something similar, but it's absolutely different nowadays. Let's go and find her. In order to explain and make it clear, I'll explain using this object. Nowadays, all medical tests begin with scanning the patient. There is nothing new here. I know about the ultrasonic inspection and X-rays and other methods. Then you will learn a new one. Scanning using cyber-defined cell. Could you tell it in plain Russian? Well, a computer chip the size of a cell. It could be delivered to the desired organ with a probe, and then it sends all your medical information and data to the cloud. So you don't have to see a doctor if something aches or if it hurts. Yes, it will be rendered as a hologram. Are they right in his head now? Don't worry, they're just scanning. All indicators are okay, but the number of neural connections is not very large. And underachiever, apparently. Can you define which hemisphere is more developed? Sure. Our robot scanners can even identify a person's capabilities, making it clear to choose the profession. And what are these numbers? Some kind of a matrix. Well, this information that runs through our nerve cells. And what kind of information is that? I hope it is something useful. Sure, the nervous system of the patient is absolutely okay. That's it. The medical checkup is over. Thank you so much, robot doctors. And if you are too lazy to go to the hospital, technological clothing can control a person's condition. It affects his emotional state and keep up the electronic health log. That's awesome. Everything is developing so quickly in Russia. Aren't you tired yet? Are you ready for some shocking content? You bet. You can't get tired of it. Show me everything. Okay, let's go to the skyscraper's roof. I'll treat you to some fresh vegetables. Vegetables on the roof? Are you kidding me? No, I'll tell you everything. In the past, people didn't pay enough attention to preserving the Earth's natural resources. The population was rising up, and there were less and less fresh water. And as a result, many plants, species disappeared and land turned into desert, unsuitable for agriculture. And we had to solve this as fast as possible. Russian scientists invented new technologies that help solving water shortage problem quickly and without unnecessary difficulties, even in the most remote places of our country. Special irrigation systems monitor the soil and prevent land from turning into a desert. We also started actively greening our cities and learned how to grow vegetables, herbs, and other crops right in urban areas. Smart farms are now located on the roofs of skyscrapers, tended after by autonomous robots and controlled by the artificial intelligence. Restoring the environment, reviving it, is impossible without searching for new useful technologies for industrial production. Let's go and see new sources of energy. The world ocean occupies over 70% of our planet's surface. And at some point, we decided that we are not using them enough. After all, underwater technology opens up new opportunities for humanity, and underwater power source is 100% renewable. With the help of special generators, we'll learn how to obtain green hydrogen from water in unlimited volumes, which allowed us to make a breakthrough in hydrogen energy and reduce carbon emissions to zero. These underwater sites are Russian data centers, and we are very proud of them. There is plenty of electricity underwater. Seawater is used for cooling, and they can be built everywhere from the Arctic to the Antarctic region. That's incredible. There is so much here. I wonder if I could work underwater. And not only work, but also live. Take it easy. There is fish swimming outside. Well, do we have family in the future? Oh, don't tell me you have never dreamt about it. Okay, don't be embarrassed. I'll show you the transport of the future. Finally, I've been waiting here for you. I was even about to go and look for you. Wanna take this hyperspeed ride? That cool, great. Hop into your chair. Okay, and what about the speed? About 200 kilometers per hour? No, per minute, of course. But you won't even notice it. We'll make a few stops only.
Я готов.
I'm ready.
Поехали.
Let's go. So how do you feel it? I'm like in a wind tunnel. All capsules are moving along a single transport system that connects cities with each other via hyperspeed line. You don't have even time to read a book while going by this hyper train. So if trains reach such speed, then what about the planes? How fast do they fly? Very fast. But we don't use planes anymore, but space shuttles, which take you through the stratosphere to anywhere in the world in an hour. Space shuttles? Is it really that easy to fly into the outer space in the future? Easy. Well, to the outer space, into the deep space, we fly by cruise rockets, interplanetary buses. Well, you can try it yourself. Let's go. Well, in a space, we'll say, let's fly. Do you copy that? I think we are too far from the Earth. We should go back, I think. Don't worry, we won't fly too far. You'd better look at our planet. You definitely haven't seen it from that perspective. What a beauty. I understand now why everyone dreamed of becoming a cosmonaut. And what's it around it? Well, there are loads of things. Satellites, orbital stations, space hotels, very powerful computing centers, and even solar panels. Wait a second. Why would you need solar panels in space? Well, they orbit around and accumulate solar energy, which we can supply to the Earth and some other celestial bodies. For example, to the moon. Did we colonize the moon? Well, the moon is not really suitable for life. The temperature difference is too big. There is no atmosphere. So we use it for research and as a transfer station for flights to nearby planets. But you should visit at least once. Well, I don't even have time to visit my friends in a neighboring city, and you're talking about a trip to the moon. How long will it take to fly there? Well, thanks to optimized nuclear propulsion thrusters, interplanetary flights don't take much time. Well, this is roughly what Russian ships use to transport passengers to both the moon and to Mars. Mars? And who lives there? Ordinary people, just like you and me. We started moving there as soon as they found a way to protect against cosmic radiation and restored the atmosphere that was there on Mars billions of years ago. So you mean the temperature became comfortable? And the water appeared there? Exactly. Now, it is a planet where there is a real life. Wow. And all this awaits us in the foreseeable future? I still can't believe it. It's like I'm in a futuristic video game or in virtual reality. Why not make virtual reality a reality? And I'll tell you a secret. Over time, the boundaries between the real and digital dimensions will blur, and it all started in Russia, where games across sports, science, and technology once took place. They were called the Games of the Future. That journey was great. So many amazing things await us there. That's so cool. Everything we have dreamed about has been turned into reality, into life, into the future, in our future, and we should be looking for it. It is here. It is right now. And to make it bright, brilliant, and interesting, we should be open for everything new, not being afraid of making mistakes, but constantly improving physically and technologically. The strong friendship between the virtual and real world can fill us with the energy of creation, make the human more universal and full of vigor and energy. And let the beginning of that friendship is the beginning of very strong union of two dimensions, be laid here in the very first Games of the Future. Let's go. Everything is in our hands.
будущего начинается.
The games of the future begins tonight.
Уважаемые гости, церемония открытия первых игр будущего в Казани 2024 окончена.
You're watching our coverage of the Games of the Future, and we've just been watching the opening ceremony in Kazan, and what a spectacle it was. An hour and a half's worth of great technology, amazing special effects, and a glimpse into the future. Alexei was watching it along with me. Where do we start? Okay, we could quickly run through a VIP list, which did include a lot of famous people, 5 heads of state, the Russian President Vladimir Putin speaking to, and then it went through all the events that are due to take place over the next 11 days or so in Kazan. Really good special effects, I thought. I mean, I'm struggling to describe them, and it's very hard to unless you've watched them yourselves, but, you know, the technology that's now available and is now being used at these games is revolutionary.
Indeed. I did tell you that there will be a lot of visual effects. I mean, that was quite clear to see from the onset, because that's the Games of the Future. It involves a lot of technology, but I have to say, I did expect a lot of beautiful things. I didn't expect it to be as beautiful. I'll be honest, I'm an avid fan of anything high-tech. I mean, not to the point that I want to replace living actual dogs with cyber dogs, but when it comes to visual aspect of it. Speaking of dogs, look at that there on the screen. There we are. I mean, that wasn't the planned thing. I just gave it as a random example. But yeah, we did have them as well, all the cyber animals. This actually looked a little bit like the Dune movie.
It did, and this is when they're talking about resources and how the world should look for other means of energy, and they actually sort of delved into the world of the oceans and the underwater world and sort of claimed that that's where future energy sources lay. So, I mean, it was fascinating. They did take a glimpse into a future city. So they had 2 characters who went into what Kazan would look like in the future, and that's where you saw the robot dogs, who incidentally wouldn't need taking out at 3 a.m. in the morning, if you know what I mean. And they'd also had a robot health scanner, so you wouldn't have to go to the doctor. And then they had an interplanetary bus where you could go to Mars. So I don't know how much this is based on fantasy or how far off all of this is, but it was very interesting to watch. And as we say, the special effects were quite extraordinary.
I absolutely agree with you. The visual aspect of it, the clarity of everything, the choreography. I did tell you before the opening ceremony that directing it is probably the hardest job in the whole of artistic sphere. But imagine directing this. And when not only people are involved, not only the actual movements and choreography, but also a lot of digital things.
I agree. And do you know that it's a narrow stage? So if you think about the number of people that are queuing up to come on and it's their turn, and the organisation to get everybody in the right order at the right time, I thought it was terrific. It was an hour and a half. We thought it might be 2 hours, but an hour and a half. It was still good enough for us. We really enjoyed it. We've got a reporter waiting for us, I think, Dan. We'll get the cue to Dan in a moment. But he was watching it as well. It was happening at the Kazan Expo Centre. Let's see if we can cross to Dan now. Can we? There he is. I hope he can hear us. Dan, how was it? We were just discussing amazing special effects and quite a good glimpse into how the future may look.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a trip down memory lane that was, with all the games, Mario Kart, Mortal Kombat, Need for Speed. It really had it all, didn't it, for the adult child, the adult gamer. Fantastic. At one point, the operator I was working with said, "Is that guy real, or is that a digital hologram? Is that a digital impersonation?" Which goes to show just how amazing and convincing that was, to show that symbiosis, showing that morphing of the real into the digital, right? It really had a lot of people here believing that. Obviously, we met our guides for those games who are going to be with us for the next 11 or 12 days. Paralympics there, another theme, of course, that key theme of the digital games, the merging of humanity and technology. We saw an athlete there running with the metal leg. Robot Wars, that's going to be familiar to a lot of tech fans in the UK, isn't it? My American colleague wasn't sure quite what that was, but certainly that seems to have got a new breath of life in these digital games as well. And obviously the Firebird symbol as well, also closely linked, of course, to the symbol of Kazan, that mystical dragon, a symbol of power, a symbol of something supernatural, a symbol of the future. really also something that these games are looking to put across. And as the President Vladimir Putin said, they're really looking to encourage people to develop in a multifaceted way, both in terms of technology and AI and the roboticization, and of course in terms of sport, especially with a focus on the younger generations. Encourage a healthy and active lifestyle, encourage that love and a keenness for sport as well. So very much a journey that we were taken on, and the people that we've briefly spoken to coming out of the arena right now are very impressed, certainly breathtaken by the scale and the creativity of that performance, and it certainly gives people a taste of what's to come as well. I think everybody who was watching that performance who perhaps wasn't sure, should I be tuning in over the next week or two to see what's going on, from that preview will certainly be encouraged to turn on their live streams and keep a close eye on what's coming next.
Dan, what was your personal favorite episode in this opening ceremony? I'm pretty sure you must have one at least.
You know, for me, it was those memories of of my childhood, those early childhood games. You know, those when you always were faced with that choice, right? Of, do I go outside to play sport? Do I stay home to play video games? The parents were always trying to get you outside when you wanted to complete the next level on your game, and vice versa. I think this ceremony and that trip, as I say, down memory lane, really goes to show that nowadays, why not do both? That choice between physical or digital is no longer there when you can combine them so effectively and so convincingly. I think how that message was put across, to me, certainly was a big highlight. And what a shame it wasn't around when we were a bit younger, eh?
Well, actually, funnily enough, we were talking about our first experiences on computers a little earlier, and I felt quite old when we were doing that. But look, a lot to look forward to. I'm enjoying this very much. Thank you, Dan. That was Dan Hawkins, who was at the opening ceremony covering that for us. That just finished a few minutes ago. It went on for an hour and a half, but it was wonderful. If you get the chance to watch the highlights, please do go to our website, gamesforthefuture.com. We've got a lot on there. If you want score updates, it's on there too, and also we stream live events as well. Did you have a particular favourite in that ceremony? I didn't
Quite
ask.
obviously, Mario. We were speaking in the studio that Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers, was the first game that I really enjoyed as a game, although it wasn't the first game I played. But then I saw, you know, the boys and girls running and smashing the coins from the brick ceiling or whatever you want to call it. That was a nostalgic moment. We just let Daniel go to have some rest and to enjoy some nostalgic moments, reminiscing the trip down memory lane. But earlier he actually managed to interview a couple of spectators, and I believe we can now have a look at that.
So we're here with Brian Arroyo, who's on the Mexican digital hockey team today. Brian, thanks for joining us today. You were in the opening ceremony itself. We couldn't get in, we were watching outside. What was the atmosphere like in there? What emotions were you going through when you saw that?
Actually, I feel very good to be part of this tournament. You know, the open ceremony was incredible. You know, it's the first time that I'm in that kind of event, you know, so I'm very happy to be here.
And your team had one of its first games today. How did your match go, and what could you have done better? What's your tactics for the next games?
Actually, we start Monday. We played Monday. We lost Monday. We won yesterday, and we lost today. We got the fifth place. For our team, of course, it's not the best place to be, but for the experience, you know, it's incredible. You know, it's the organization, you know, in the hotel, you know, on the buses, you know, here, you know, with the people, you know, everybody helps you. So for experience, it's very good, and we're looking forward to for the next tournaments. You know.
So you're obviously not a newcomer to Russia, you mentioned that, but is it your first time in Kazan, and what do you make of the city here and of the digital games in general?
Yeah, that's it's my first time in Kazan, and I really love the city. You know, I really love the center, you know, and the people, the restaurants, you know, very nice food. very. I like everything. You know, I like everything from here. So I hopefully I probably will move to Hassan to live. It's a joke.
Fantastic. All right, Brian. Thanks so much for your time.
No problem.
Thank you.
What a positive guy.
Yeah, and look, all the action continues tomorrow too. I hope he gets a good night's sleep because there's a lot happening. We can show you now, if we look at the screen, what's coming up. Fidgetal basketball, that continues, so that's still in the group stages. We've also got their Fidgetal hockey, that's in the semi-finals, and then one of your favourites here, Alexei, MMA. Fidgetal fighting. Yeah. It includes, it sounds funny, it includes the fighters initially fighting each other on Mortal Kombat on the computer, and then they head straight to the octagon for to bash chunks out of each other. Then
I kind of wish it was the other way around, you know. First you do the, you know, inside the octagon, and then you play a game. That probably would have been much funnier to look at. Yeah, it's a pretty hectic schedule tomorrow. A lot of stuff on the plate.
That's right.
Obviously, be on top of it.
And one thing we should mention too, it's the Dota quarterfinals. Those of you who are fans of that, the multiplayer and battle arena game, the quarterfinal stage is tomorrow, and that is one of the most lucrative esport games in the world, and it's one of the fastest growing too. So a huge following. When they were playing actually earlier on Monday and Tuesday, they were saying that the live stream from these games was already seen by 7 million people. Just for watching that. It's incredible, isn't it? So that brings us to the end of the first official day, because these games have been happening for the last couple of days, but we had the opening ceremony today. We thoroughly enjoyed it, and we hope you're going to join us tomorrow. We've got it all covered, you know, from the consoles to the plimsolls, from the joysticks to the hockey sticks. Watch us again tomorrow.
Have a good night.